والآن نستأذنكم سيدي صاحب السمو وفخامة الرئيس ببدء مراسم التبادل والإعلان عن عدد من الاتفاقيات والمذكرات الثنائية بين المملكة العربية السعودية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Your Royal Highness, Mr. President, with your permission, we shall now begin the ceremony of exchange and announcements of number of bilateral agreements and memorandums between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America.
نبدأها بمذكرة التفاهم بين وزارة الطاقة في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الطاقة في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية للتعاون في مجال الطاقة. يتقدم من الجانب السعودي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد العزيز بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز وزير الطاقة، ومن الجانب الأمريكي معالي السيد كريس رايت وزير الطاقة.
Starting with a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Energy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Energy for cooperation in the fields of energy. From the Saudi side, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Minister of Energy. From the U.S. side, His Excellency Mr. Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy.
يلي ذلك مذكرة نوايا بين وزارة الدفاع في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الدفاع في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في شأن تحديث وتطوير قدرات القوات المسلحة السعودية من خلال القدرات الدفاعية المستقبلية. يتقدم من الجانب السعودي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز وزير الدفاع، ومن الجانب الأمريكي معالي السيد بيتشوت وزير الدفاع.
Next, a letter of intent between the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Defense regarding the modernization and development of the capabilities of the Saudi Armed Forces through future defense capabilities. From the Saudi side, His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Minister of Defense. From the U.S. side, His Excellency Mr. Ph.D, Secretary of Defense.
أما الآن فنسرد لكم مجموعة من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم. مذكرة تعاون في مجال التعدين والموارد المعدنية بين وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الطاقة في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Announcing the agreement of Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the field of mining and mineral resources between the Ministry of Industry and the Mineral Resources in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Energy.
خطاب نوايا لإكمال الأعمال وتعزيز التعاون المشترك وتطوير المتطلبات المتعلقة بالذخيرة والتدريب وخدمات الإسناد والصيانة وتحديث الأنظمة وقطع الغيار والتعليم للأنظمة البرية والجوية لوزارة الحرس الوطني.
Announcing a letter of intent to complete work and enhance joint cooperation on ammunition, training, support services, maintenance, system upgrades, spare parts, and education for land and air systems of the National Guard.
مذكرة تفاهم بين برامج الشراكات الدولية بوزارة الداخلية ومكتب التحقيقات الفيدرالي FBI بوزارة العدل الأمريكية.
Memorandum of Understanding between the International Partnership Program at the Ministry of Interior and the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
مذكرة نوايا بين وزارة الدفاع في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الدفاع في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في شأن تطوير القدرات الصحية للقوات المسلحة السعودية.
A letter of intent between the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Defense regarding the development of the health capabilities of the Saudi Armed Forces.
يلي ذلك مذكرة تفاهم للتعاون القضائي بين وزارة العدل في المملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة العدل في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Memorandum of Understanding for Judicial Cooperation between the Ministry of Justice in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. Department of Justice.
اتفاقية تنفيذية بين وكالة الفضاء السعودية في المملكة العربية السعودية والإدارة الوطنية للملاحة الجوية والفضاء ناسا في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية للتعاون في مشروع كيوبسات لرصد الطقس الفضائي ضمن مهمة أرتميس 2.
An executive agreement between the Saudi Space Agency and NASA for cooperation in the CubeSat-2 space weather monitoring project as part of the Artemis mission.
اتفاقية بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية وحكومة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بشأن المساعدة المتبادلة بين إدارتي الجمارك في الدولتين.
An agreement between the government of Saudi Arabia and the government of the United States regarding mutual assistance between the customs authorities of the two countries.
يلي ذلك بروتوكول تعديل اتفاقية بشأن النقل الجوي بين حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية وحكومة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Next, protocol amending the air transport agreement between the government of Saudi Arabia and the government of the United States of America.
بعد ذلك مذكرة تفاهم للتعاون بين المعهد الوطني لأبحاث الصحة في المملكة والمعهد الوطني للحساسية والأمراض المعدية في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في مجال البحوث الطبية الخاصة بالأمراض المعدية.
Next, a memorandum of understanding between the National Institute for Health Research in Saudi Arabia and the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases on medical research related to infectious diseases.
اتفاقية تعاون بين الهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا ومؤسسة سميثسونيان من خلال المعهد الوطني لحديقة الحيوان وعلم الأحياء للمحافظة على البيئة.
Cooperation agreement between the Royal Commission for Al-Ada and the Smithsonian Institute National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute.
اتفاقية أخرى اتفاقية تعاون بين الهيئة الملكية لمحافظة العلا ومؤسسة سميثسونيان من خلال المتحف الوطني للفنون الآسيوية.
And last but not least, cooperation agreement between the Royal Commission for Al-Ada and the Smithsonian Institute National Museum of Asian Arts.
ليس هذا فحسب، بل الشراكة الاستراتيجية التي استمرت لعقود طويلة ستمتد بتوقيع المزيد من الاتفاقيات ومذكرات التفاهم في المنتدى الاستثماري السعودي الأمريكي، راجين للبلدين شراكة مستدامة ومستقبل مزهر.
To hear, this decades-long strategic partnership will continue with more signings of agreements and memoranda of understanding at the Saudi-US Investment Forum. In closing, we wish both nations a fruitful partnership and a prosperous future. Thank you.
All right, some major action that's going on in the Middle East. All right. As they were talking, what was interesting is that oil futures was off the session highs, so it started to go down a little bit. We'll see. Markets are going to open up in about 4 minutes. Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube. On YouTube, I have the dashboard, all real-time data of the price action of the market, and live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description if you want to see either version, the large screen or the telemetry screen. It's up to you. And help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. It's really important so I can reach different audiences, so I can explain what's going on in the international news, in the domestic news, what's going on with the financial markets, and how to help with your health and wellness. All right. And then scientific endeavors. I talk about scientific discoveries too. So we're also simulcasting on X Spaces. You can type in a question. It's an interactive show, or you can ask for the mic and you can talk on the show live and give me your opinion on what's going on with the news that we're covering. It's an interactive experience. Please support the work by making sure you subscribe, by participating, by sharing the links, by asking your social media to follow me. I'm censored on YouTube, all right? And I'm not the only one that's censored on YouTube. I need your help, all right? Please subscribe and ask other people to subscribe. And that way I can reach a larger audience and help people. I'm literally telling you how to navigate through what Trump is doing with the financial markets, all right? And if you've been following me, you would have made money, all right? The last 4 weeks, you would have made money. And a decent amount, depending on where your entry points were and how you were dollar cost averaging, you could have made anywhere from 10 to 18% return. So, okay, so with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the products that I offer. You can also donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, or you can be a paid member to Patreon. I have thousands of videos for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. Help support my work by purchasing the products, sharing the links, donating, being a paid member to Patreon. That all allows me to do these videos for free to help people. All right, with that said, let's go to Al Jazeera. They're probably going to be the best with the coverage here. To get an idea what is going on in the Middle East right now.
Like, even these military cooperation, it's within that kind of broad framework of economic relationship and economic trajectory. I see, one of the things I said before was that I was questioning whether or not are we going to see some sort of defense pact or some sort of a deal that could consolidate the progress made from the previous administration regarding Biden. That was that defense treaty. Now, clearly, I think he is allergic to that. This is Donald Trump. Therefore, the Saudis are really investing in what are the tangibles that they could get from the United States, which is a lot of this tech, money, obviously, and anything that generates profit. And for Donald Trump, all these things that he could take back home to his base. And I think here you could see this very harmonious kind of respective nationalism, respective nation first visions. You have basically a Saudi first vision converging with an American first vision. And therefore, this is the result. Saudi first, American first leads to business first. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, Abdulaziz, thank you. I understand the point you were making earlier about the nuance in the way Saudi looks at this. And also, I take note of your point that this letter of intent on defense from the Saudi point of view may actually fall short of their ideal expectations, which would be something stronger, whether a treaty, a pact, or something that would go beyond a letter of intent. That's where we are for now. Abdulaziz Al-Hashim, thank you very much for joining us on the Al Jazeera News Hour. I look forward to speaking to you again in the near future. And let's go back to Hashem Ahelbar, who is... Hashem, you're back with us. Hashem Ahelbar is covering this trip from Riyadh. So the two leaders just cleared the room. Their delegations followed suit. They listed a really long list of areas of cooperation: energy, defense, mining, the National Guard, the FBI, health of the Saudi Defense Forces. And I missed half of it because I was talking to Abdulaziz, but I think we got the big ticket items. This is step one. What do you make of
Nissan Motors says it plans to cut 20,000 jobs globally.
Partnership signed by both Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and President Donald Trump. And if you see elements of that agreement, you have an agreement with about upgrading the defense capabilities of the Saudi defense and military, and also a major agreement also in energy. And that has been also extremely important for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has been looking forward to see Saudi Arabia, which is a leading oil exporter, to ensure stable oil prices that could go below 50 to $45 per barrel, which is something very good for the American economy. And he's looking forward to further expand the energy partnership with Saudi Arabia on the defense agreement. We're talking about a major agreement, and the figures are definitely going to be shared with the media in the upcoming hours. which is going to be further followed by the forum of investors. This is why we're going to see more Saudi and American investors talking about the potential for more and more agreements. And one of the key elements of the agreement is going to be about artificial intelligence. And this is why the Saudis are definitely going to commit dozens of billions of dollars, because they want to reposition themselves as one of the key investors in artificial intelligence in the upcoming years. There is a massive competition in this part of the world with the United Arab Emirates saying at the same time it will commit $1 trillion in the upcoming decade on artificial intelligence. So if you look at it, this explains the long list of American CEOs that you saw earlier today here in Saudi Arabia, because they wanted to get a chance of the lucrative contracts to be announced in the upcoming hours.
Hashem, thank you very much. As soon as you find out more on the content of those cooperation agreements, you'll let us know. We'll go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. You're also in Riyadh, Kimberly. So I want to talk to you about defense. I think this is an important one, very important for both sides. I was just speaking to our guest in Riyadh who was saying from the Saudi perspective, they would have liked something close to an ironclad American commitment to defend them. I'm paraphrasing here, right? But what we saw is not that. It's a letter of intent on defense to help modernize the Saudi defense forces. Going into this, how would you assess or characterize Donald Trump's commitment or position on Saudi security and what the U.S. would do for Saudi in that area?
Well, we have to look at how the relationship has changed in the time that Donald Trump came into office between 2017 when he visited Saudi Arabia and now, especially when you look at the relationship with respect to Iran. When Donald Trump came back in 2017, he looked to Saudi Arabia and some of the other Arab partners in a way of trying to isolate Iran, in a way of trying to use Saudi Arabia in terms of defense capabilities to really sort of see it as an extremist. That all has changed. Now the United States sees Saudi Arabia as a partner in diplomacy, even as this is a defense conversation. They are looking to Iran as a way of trying to talk about its nuclear program in the context of even discussing the potential for having a civil enrichment program. So this is the sort of in part and parcel of the conversation that Donald Trump is having now with respect to Saudi Arabia and its defense capabilities. It really sees Saudi Arabia in a new light. And this also speaks to the way we've seen Saudi Arabia elevated on the global stage in terms of how it's played another role with those bilateral talks that we saw most recently hosting to try and end the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Again, it comes to there is a different kind of conversation that's taking place globally, where Donald Trump, we know, is much more interested in ending wars than he is in starting them. We also know when it comes to global conflicts and the U.S. military that he wants the very best equipment. So that is a conversation that he's having. He is trying to get the best equipment in the United States. He's trying to build the best equipment, but he doesn't necessarily want to use that equipment. So to your point about would he come to the aid of Saudi Arabia? Of course he would. Yes, he says that he has a warm relationship with the Crown Prince. Yes, that is a partnership that would include security. But again, this is a relationship that is used in terms of security somewhat reluctantly and only as a last resort.
Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera's White House correspondent, thank you very much for all of that. And same thing that I said to Hashem on your end. As soon as the Americans start talking to the press, I know you'll be getting that information early about what was in those agreements, you'll let us know. Kimberly, thank you. Let's bring in James Bays, Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor. You're joining us on set. Also joining us, Omar Rahman, fellow at Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Pleasure to have both of you. Omar, we spoke to you before, but I don't think it was in person. James, can I get your big picture take on this? Again, these were only the beginning of this state visit, and there are several chapters to it. This was clearly the bilateral ties chapter.
Bilateral ties chapter, very important for Saudi Arabia, very important for the US. Donald Trump can come home and say, look at all the deals we did, and look at what we signed, and look at how this, and he will paint it as something that will help the American people. But this is the pre-cooked part of the meeting. This has all been agreed in advance.
Right.
No surprises here. We knew this was going to happen.
Which is why it's so carefully choreographed, down to the announcement, exactly who's there to sign what.
I am more interested, although this is very, very important, in some of those big conflict issues that Kimberly was referring to, and whether we're going to get something new, some sort of breakthrough. And we do already, it seems, just because he's coming to Riyadh tomorrow, Ahmed al-Shara, the fact he's going to be attending that the Syrian president, attending that GCC meeting, that to me is the most important thing we've learned today. Yes, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe there'll be a stumble at the last minute. But the idea that the Syrian president, who's been in power for nearly 6 months, took over,
who is on the US terror list,
has sanctions against him, took over his country, surprising the whole world how quickly his forces took over the country almost 6 months ago, after 54 years of the repression and torture of the Assad regime. The fact that he looks like he's going to be in the same room as Donald Trump, may meet Donald Trump, there'll be this high-level, if it happens, dialogue between the two men. That seems to me, so far, the most important bit of news that's come out of this summit. Hasn't happened yet.
No, it hasn't happened. The big question mark on that is what Syria's orientation going forward?
Yes, absolutely. Syrian, there is criticism of him and his background, and clearly the US are wary about him and his background. But other leaders have embraced him. Only a few days ago, he was in Paris with President Macron, and we know that this transition in Syria is pretty fragile. We've already seen violence in recent months, which he has said he wants to crack down on. What he needs, I think, in order to stabilize Syria is some economic help. And that's not going to happen while the sanctions are in place. So for Syrians who've suffered for so long, potentially the next 24 hours could be very difficult.
And Donald Trump did signal before leaving for the region that he might relieve the sanctions to get them. The words were to help them get a, quote, fresh start. So not done, but it is there in the ether. We'll see what happens. Omar, this trip with the U.S. is at the center of so many Middle Eastern issues right now, whether it's the Iran nuclear deal, whether it's the security of Saudi Arabia, whether it's the Israel-Gaza war, and I'm probably forgetting some. They just concluded some form of ceasefire with the Houthis in Yemen as well. The U.S. is in the center of all of this. What to you is the most important in this visit?
All of them, I think, are of huge priority to Saudi Arabia and to the rest of the Gulf. Whether you're talking about Iran, whether you're talking about Syria, you can't forget Lebanon as well.
Yes.
And the situation there. But obviously, Gaza is a major one. There's been a lot of talk, actually, that Trump might recognize a Palestinian state. Obviously, that would be a huge breakthrough, a huge development. But in this moment, there's a genocide taking place in Gaza, and that needs to stop immediately. So I think there's going to be pressure from the Gulf leaders to try to get Trump to put pressure in turn on Netanyahu to bring an end to that fight. So that is a huge one. And there are also...
Pause there for a second. How would you characterize U.S.-Israel relations right now? Because when Trump came into office, I think the prevailing view was he's got Israel's back. And he and his team said things to that effect. Now, they have sidelined or partly sidelined Israel on a number of important things. And the prevailing view, I'm not sure there is a consensus on where the U.S. is vis-a-vis Israel right now.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of signaling in the run-up to this trip that they might be at odds, Netanyahu and Trump. Part of that could have been maybe creating some space, some distancing ahead of this trip in order to kind of mitigate any pressure that may be coming from the Gulf side towards Trump on this issue. But I think there are real reasons to believe that there are issues here. We've seen Trump take a number of decisions in recent weeks and months that the Israelis would have a problem with, whether it was negotiating directly with Hamas over prisoner exchange, whether it was negotiating directly with the Houthis, whether it is starting or preferencing negotiations with Iran over a military type of response. So these type of issues, I think, are getting under Netanyahu's skin. They're not what the Israelis want to see. And that's because Trump himself is very unpredictable. Although there is that close relationship, Trump is, I wouldn't want to say beholden, but his backers inside the United States are huge supporters of Israel. And so he's looking out for Israel's interests. The Republican Party itself is very close to the Israeli position, and his cabinet is very close to the not only Israeli position, but the right-wing, even greater Israel position. But Trump himself is very unpredictable.
Quick pause. Look at what we're seeing now. So that's why you see my eyes darting everywhere, my head's on a swivel, because we're also looking at this live footage, right? So Donald Trump, the U.S. president, and just behind him now is the Saudi Crown Prince, of course, Mohammed bin Salman. Can we hear anything? Questions were shouted, which is typical. Questions were shouted at the U.S. president. He said one word. I'm not sure what it was. We couldn't pick that up. Okay, what we just saw there, gentlemen, is Donald Trump.
Today is going to be a packed full day of news. All right, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,859. VIX is trading at 1776. Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Dollar is strengthening since last Friday. Oil is trading at 62.69. BITO is trading at 21.86. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 147.74. Japanese yen is strengthening a little bit, but it went from 142, even close to 140. All right, and then bounced back up to 148. And like I said, being in this 148 range is good. All right, it's meaning that stress is coming out of the system, and VIX did go down, so equities are going to go up. That's awesome. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is a dual-purpose product. It's a powder. You take it every day. You can take a big scooper. This is a month's supply. You mix it with soft foods, with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk or a smoothie. But take it every day. Do some resistance training. It's going to help with your musculature. It's going to help with your joint health and your cartilage and your bone health. But it also helps with your skin, your hair, and your nails. So it's a dual-purpose product. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this collagen every day. The amino acid profile is shown on the screen here. You can also take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. Another important product that you should be getting and helping support my work and your overall health and wellness is the structural nano silver soaps that I have. I have 4 types. I have it in lemongrass, in charcoal tea tree, and also in lavender and peppermint. Peppermint and the lavender. So please get a few bars for your household. Help support my work. All this stuff that I'm doing is for free. So it's the ones that purchase the products and donate that help to support the channel. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver soaps, stuff that I use. Get the collagen. Take it every day. All right. I'm telling you what I use for my health protocol to slow down the aging process and to boost up my immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
I was saying, I think Gaza's, in addition to Syria, is the other one to watch on this. There's some talk that the US has new plans for Gaza. We certainly know that the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, have their own plans for Gaza. Will we see any movement on that? And will it, as Omar was also mentioning, will it again be something that worries Netanyahu and the Israelis? Because I think it is interesting here who Trump is listening to, because in his cabinet, he's got people who traditionally have been very, very strong supporters of Israel, and notably his Secretary of State, who also is his national security advisor, Marco Rubio, has been one of the strongest supporters of Israel when he was a senator. But I think on this issue right now, he's listening to his instincts and to Steve Witkoff, his real estate developer friend, who is leading the negotiations. And remember that in recent hours, Steve Witkoff was responsible for getting that 21-year-old U.S.-Israeli citizen out of Gaza.
All right, I'm going to pivot over to Fox News, and General Keane is talking about the Saudi visit by Trump.
First foreign trip of his second term, the president was met by Prince Mohammed bin Salman this morning and will speak at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum later today. It's all ahead of his visit to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates this week, and the president was greeted with an almost royal welcome. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman for the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, it's great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, great to see you, Maria. Thank you.
Especially since you and I were together in Riyadh back in 2017 when we met with MBS. I interviewed the Crown Prince on stage in Riyadh at that time, and there was lots of optimism about what Saudi Arabia was doing. Brett showed us a little of it last night on Special Report and how they've really changed things and in fact modernized a bit. What do you think is possible now that President Trump has chosen Saudi Arabia for his first foreign trip? What is possible between the U.S. and the Saudis?
Yeah, well, it's pretty significant. I mean, his first foreign trip in the first administration in the summer of 2017, as you mentioned, was Saudi Arabia. And that surprised a lot of people. And here we are in the second administration, and it's Saudi Arabia again. I think what's really happening here is it's something of a reaction to the Biden administration, because when Biden came in, he immediately appeased Iran, cut back on the Trump sanctions, went into negotiations over the nuclear deal once again, and stiffed the Arabs. There were foreign military sales that were supposed to go to UAE and Saudi Arabia, and he held them up. And the Arabs said, what is going on here? We have a major change in policy from the Trump administration and moved closer to them and helped to normalize relationships with Israel, to the Biden administration that was stiffing them. And as a result of that, they have options. And one of those options was China, to bring China closer economically and also geopolitically, because they are very concerned about their own security dealing with Iran and their own economic viability. So Trump is back on the scene again, and his first visit is in Saudi Arabia. Primarily, this visit is about strengthening the economic relationship, and obviously comes with that will be the geopolitical relationship will be strengthened as well. And he brought with him, as you know, Maria, a contingent of American CEOs to meet the Crown Prince. And what he is seeking is major investment by Saudi Arabia, by the UAE, the next country, and Qatar in the United States. Half the capital of the world, as we know, is already invested in the United States, and President Trump wants more of it. And he thinks our technology, our innovation, our ability to execute much better than any other country in the world by far, to include China, they are no match to what we can deliver here. And he wants to make that point to these major investors, these three countries that have obviously significant amount of sovereign wealth. And the mission here is to invest in American enterprises. Secondly, certainly they're going to discuss Iran. Certainly they're going to discuss the war in Israel. But the major effort is that.
Yeah, and you're right. You make such a great point, General, because we saw on the ground Alex Karp, the head of Palantir. We saw Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman from OpenAI. All the tech leaders are there. Elon Musk, obviously, is there. Not to mention your usual suspects like Larry Fink at BlackRock and a couple of others. But one of the most pivotal foreign policy achievements of President Trump's first term, of course, were the Abraham Accords, the peace agreement between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. The president said he was this close to getting Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords. Do you think that can be achieved in this term?
Yes, I think it's absolutely possible. It's certainly how the war ends in Gaza is really an issue here. The Saudis were very close to it, and it was a primary reason for, not the primary reason, but it was one of the reasons that Hamas attacked, because they saw normalization on the horizon taking place. And that was the reality of it. And that's why Iran so strongly supported what Hamas was doing and actually expected Hezbollah to get involved in it. And they were very frustrated that Hezbollah didn't get involved to the same degree that Hamas did. So that was really one of the major reasons for that attack. I think President Trump, by getting peace in the Middle East, is the objective here, working with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia certainly recognizes that normalization is a game changer for the Arab countries in the Middle East and a game changer for his country as well.
Yeah.
To have that shared technological innovation with Israel primarily, but also what is in the back of their mind is security, Maria. By having a coalition of Arab countries united with Israel and the United States, that is a steadfast coalition and a major obstacle to Iran's aggressiveness and malign behavior in the Middle East. And that is the other reason for normalization and why it's so important.
Yeah, and we know that is another thing that Iran is seething over. You know, Iran is in a weakened spot right now, and everything you just said is one of the reasons that you saw the Crown Prince go to the airport, greet President Trump on that purple carpet, purple indicating royalty. But I got to ask you about Gaza and Hamas and Iran. The last living American hostage in Gaza, Adnan Alexander, released from Hamas captivity yesterday. These pictures are incredible, watching him reunite with his family in Israel yesterday. After being in captivity for nearly 600 days, trapped by Hamas, he's set to speak with President Trump later today. And the release is seen as a gesture to the president ahead of his Middle East trip. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, relatively quiet following the release as the president takes on more of a direct role in Middle East negotiations, General. So how do you see that relationship, Netanyahu and Trump? And what is your reaction to this last living American hostage released?
Well, I know that some Israelis are disappointed that the president didn't make a trip to Israel as part of his visit to the Middle East. After all, Israel is our primary ally in the Middle East. That's indisputable. But I think what's likely behind that is not stiffen Israel in any way whatsoever. Primary reason here, he wants to focus on these three Arab countries and get their investment support. It is the reason for the visit. And he didn't want to complicate it with it. But I know Israelis are frustrated by that. I think the release of Adnan Alexander is goodwill gesture on the part of Hamas to the President of the United States. They know he has a heavy hand. There is no doubt that policy changed immediately when President Trump walked into the Oval Office when it came to Israel. We released all the restrictions on weapons to them. We stopped micromanaging their operations and threw their full support behind them. We engaged in negotiations to help the Israelis to get hostages out of Gaza, and that worked, at least on a temporary basis, for some of the hostages. There's no doubt that the support the Trump administration has given Israel is considerably stronger than what they experienced in the Biden administration.
Oh, yeah.
So some Israelis are making far too much of the visit not taking place there. And I think the operation that Prime Minister Netanyahu is conducting in Gaza is done with the support of the Trump administration to finally finish off Hamas.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu believes that the pressure of that operation, which will begin after President Trump's Middle East visit is over, will possibly bring out the rest of the hostages. That's what they're hoping for. And that has worked in the past. Pressure on Hamas, release hostages. More pressure on Hamas, release more hostages. I'm talking about military pressure, not diplomatic pressure.
And the max.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste that I have. No, it has no fluoride. This is the best toothpaste that you can buy. There is nothing better than this toothpaste. This will improve your oral hygiene. It'll neutralize the pathogens that create plaque. And not only that, it's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation, help with the gum line health, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of valvular disease and vascular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. It's very high quality. You can't get anything better than this. Is it a little bit more expensive? Yes, but there is nothing out there that you can buy that's better than this toothpaste. It's that simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Now, also, when you get older, especially once you hit age 40, it's harder to build muscle and to maintain muscle. So take Myotrol. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain that muscle and help with the health of your mitochondria. You need lots of ATP to maintain muscle and to build it. Now, part of the aging process is your mitochondrial health starts to go down and your energy levels start to go down and your genes methylate. So to slow that down, to slow that aging process down, you need to boost up the health of your mitochondria, increase ATP, and slow down the methylation process. If you follow my protocol, that's what it does. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Myotrol. This has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do some resistance training, and voila, you start to build muscle. This stacks really well with gladiator barley because gladiator barley is a high density protein, but it has a lot of other stuff in it that will help with your health. All right, so by stacking the gladiator barley and the Myotrol together, you're getting max benefits. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from Myotrol. It'll help you to recover from your workout and help to build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, build the muscle, do the resistance training, and it, like I said, it stacks really well with gladiator barley. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order.
The administration, they cut another $450 million in grants to Harvard. This is Bloomberg's surveillance.
All right. So they're in a commercial break. And
Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works.
this is Ducey. I think Ducey is in Saudi Arabia.
All right, straight to a Fox News alert. President Trump making a grand entrance as he kicks off the first major overseas trip of his second term in Saudi Arabia.
And he's working to secure big wins on behalf of the American people.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey is live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia right now with more on the president's historic trip. Good morning to you.
Good morning. And just before we came to air, I was getting a coffee at a kiosk at this conference center, and I asked an American guy who's right next to me, what brought you here to Riyadh? And he said, money. There is so much money at this conference center that is going in both directions. You've got Saudi companies that are investing in the U.S., American companies that are investing in Saudi Arabia. But the most important thing is just the Saudi government investments in the U.S. They are promising $600 billion in U.S. investment over the next couple of years. This conference would be a good place to start explaining what exactly that is going to look like. And there's just a lot more to the U.S. and Saudi relationship now than just security guarantees and oil sales. The Crown Prince wants Saudi Arabia to be a major player on the world stage, and they are. So we expect the next couple days to look like this when it comes to investment in the U.S. Saudi Arabia's got the $600 billion pledged over the next 4 years. Qatar has $200 to $300 billion expected to be announced on this trip. Plus, you got the $400 million jumbo jet. And then when we get to the United Arab Emirates, they say $1.4 trillion pledged to the U.S. over the next 10 years. I have traveled the world with President Biden and been to many international conferences with him. They were all political conferences. This is not a political conference. This is a business conference, and it is key to the third pillar of the Trump platform. He's already got Doge looking at savings. He's got the tariffs looking to level the playing field. And now here, he's got international businessmen and the leaders of Gulf states promising huge checks to the United States and companies there. Back to you.
Hey, Peter, can you give me an idea of like how this is facilitated? For example, a lot of rich people, that's a rich country. Where does the business pitch come? Does Elon Musk stand up and say, invest in Tesla, invest in my boring company? Or, I mean, does Sam Altman get up and said, OpenAI, how does it go? I mean, who goes after who here?
We don't know specifically what is going to be announced, but the way that it's going to work, and we expect to hear from Elon Musk later on, he will come here to a mixed crowd of American rich guys and Saudi rich guys who are all seated because the program is supposed to start any minute, and they will talk about opportunities here in Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
And the focus is heavy on artificial intelligence and energy, but then they will also be pitching Saudi investments in the U.S. So it is going both ways, but everywhere that you go, they've got this these exhibits set up where it shows the Saudi vision for 2030. And they've got like a vertical city where an entire civilization, basically, that they've already started building would be occupying only less than 40 square kilometers. And because the whole town is just stacked up on top of each other. They are trying a lot of very futuristic things here in Saudi Arabia. They have the money here to do that. And a lot of companies want to invest money in Saudi Arabia with the promise that they could be part of this vision of the future that they have. Will it work out by 2030? Who knows? But the people in this room that President Trump is going to come to in a couple hours and address, they have the kind of unlimited funds to make it happen.
Peter, what does the schedule look like for the week? Because I know this is a 3-nation tour. He's also going to Qatar and to UAE. What's the schedule? Today's Tuesday. They come home Friday.
Yeah, so today and tomorrow he'll be here in Saudi Arabia. Then it is on to Doha, where we expect a bunch of announcements. And then on the last stop is going to be in Abu Dhabi, Thursday, part of Friday. And we thought that there might be some big political or geopolitical diplomatic announcements with regard to the Ukraine war, with regard to maybe a ceasefire in Israel, in Gaza rather, with Israel and Hamas. A lot of that stuff is getting buried by just these huge business deals that we expect to be announced today. So the way that the itinerary has been laid out over the next couple days, the White House wants the focus to be on big business deals as opposed to diplomatic deals that they know could fall apart at any moment, because we've seen how fragile the peace can be in Gaza and in Ukraine. And so I know President Trump said that he might dip into Turkey to sit in with Putin and Zelensky if that meeting happens on Thursday there. We haven't seen a change to the schedule. That is going to happen.
Is there room in the schedule? Say they, because they have these other folks, the other advisors that are there before Putin and Zelensky get there, and there may be a deal that happens. If that deal happens, then the likelihood of the president showing up is very high. Is there room in the schedule, with the magic of Air Force One, to attend a meeting like that in the schedule?
I would say there's always room in the schedule when you have a president who sleeps as little as Donald Trump does. And so we've seen like a for planning only schedule. They build in a couple hours for him to be at a hotel. If something like a Trump, Putin, Zelensky meeting was going to happen in Turkey, which is a short flight relative to coming from the U.S. from here, it would probably be something where, for security reasons, it would happen under the cover of darkness. We might not even know about it until after it happens. They might just do it like they do these trips that the presidents over the last couple of years. Trump did it to Afghanistan a couple of years ago. It's so dangerous, they just dip in and dip out, and then they tell us that it happened. So I don't know that,
Yeah.
But if it happened, yeah, there's always room.
Peter, the other thing is, let's be honest, nothing happens unless you sign off on it.
Right.
So unless you sign off on it, it's not going to happen. So I appreciate your humility, but we all know you.
Yes, once the president gets here, I'm going to tell him I will be telling him which deals I think are okay.
Yeah.
If you don't 400 million is
And then
okay.
you would tell him.
250, maybe we skip that one.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll hold out. Yeah.
All right, Peter. Thanks so
Thank you,
much.
Peter.
So Peter got a sense of what's happening on the ground. So did Brett last night. I thought this was a really cool tour he gave. So this is Brett just walking around a city that I thought looked like Las Vegas. Watch.
Welcome to Boulevard City. This is an entertainment hub in Riyadh. It has basically everything. It has restaurants, cafes, it has sports experiences, go-karts, snooker academy, a WWE spot, there's a McDonald's, there's a Randy's Donuts, even a Shake Shack. A lot of theatrical events, cultural events here, gardens, dancing fountains, there's even a mini New York Times Square. Believe it or not, this massive place took 118 days to build. At its most, they had 40,000 construction workers working the same time on this place. There's 280 different restaurants and experiences here. It's something to see downtown Riyadh.
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. Took no time to build. 40,000 construction workers. Did they build that in advance of this trip because they wanted to impress Americans?
No, I don't think that they did before the election started. I mean, they were just, this has been a part of the planning. This is a sprawling country that had no interest in doing this in 2000.
Because you think desert, you don't think that. That looks more like Times Square.
They're evolving. Even I was looking at some of the women. I was looking at some of the women too that did not have to have the head garments as well. Yeah. That confronted the president and shook his hand and also shook the hand of the prince as well. It was a beautiful sight.
Well, and also they landed about 2:30 when we were all waking up, and there were 6 fighter jets, Saudi fighter jets, F-15s, that were cruising in close proximity to Air Force One. Sean Hannity was on the plane and was sending me pictures of it.
Did you share it with our control room?
I did. I think we have some pictures. Also, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Scavino, was on the plane, and he was tweeting out footage, and he wrote on X, "Thank you for the escort and having President Trump's back. We all appreciate it. See you on the ground shortly. Thank you."
How cool is that? You look down, you see the desert.
Yeah, and Sean did send one picture to me where you can see the pilots. Look at that. They were looking into the Air Force One. But it did make me feel a little better knowing that they were protected and that Air Force One is outfitted. And also they had to take alternate routes because they don't want the enemy to ever know where our president is in the sky.
Right. I mean, the Houthi rebels said they're going to stop shooting at our ships. I hope we specified planes too. Yeah.
There were 3 of these F-15s on each side of the plane. It lasted for about 30 minutes as soon as they got into the Saudi airspace.
All right. That's so cool, Ainsley. You have great sources. Good job.
The reason he's on the plane is he got an exclusive interview for about 45 minutes, and that will air tonight on Sean's show. And hopefully Sean will join us at some point this morning on our show to tell us what's going on over there.
He's having a important lunch. Meanwhile, Rebecca Heinrichs did join us earlier to talk about what this trip means and how it relates to Israel. Watch.
They don't want to take any of the individuals in Gaza, though, that are suffering under, really, it's Hamas's fault that they're suffering, but the Israelis are trying to take out Hamas the best that they can. And I would just suggest, look, there's plenty of Muslim states, more than 24 Muslim states, and any of these Gulf partners can take more of the individuals who are currently residing in Gaza. I mean, and I would say there's only one Jewish state. And so I think that after October 7th, the world has changed. And so that might be something that's important to them. But again, I think President Trump has enormous power and leverage, and he can strike other deals with them that would be important and bring true and lasting peace. And I think, again, it's going to be staying really close with our partners, our allies, the Israelis.
One of the critical meetings that's going to take place is what's going to happen with Gaza and the Palestinian Authority. And MBS and a lot of the Muslim world does not want them to be eradicated or move somewhere else. But at the same time, Brian, none of them, and this includes the King of Jordan, they don't want to take them in.
Right. So they moved the balls to the south, and the Israelis say, give us the rest of the hostages back by the end of the week. We're going in to take Gaza back. I mean, that's essentially it. And then just put on X a short time ago, Benjamin Netanyahu said, just had a conversation with Steve Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee, and there's talk about a hostage deal. So to get the other 23 out. And you have to know, Hamas has to know this. They mean what they say. Think about what your life has been through over the last 3 years. It's going to get a lot worse. And just call 1-800-HEZBOLLAH. Try to get somebody on the phone. They're all dead. All right? That's what happens. So that's what's coming your direction. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And subscribe to the Fox News.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress in the cell and in the tissue level. And it's going to help with the health of the mitochondria. Very important. When you have healthy mitochondria, you're going to have more ATP. You're going to have more energy. The cell is going to perform better. Less stress, more energy. That means your tissues and your organ systems are going to perform better, including your immune system, your endocrine system, and your neurons. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. It has to be, C60 has to be in an oil for you to be able to absorb it. Take a teaspoon a day on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you're going to work out, take the C60 before your workout, so it's going to soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you're going to recover quicker from your workout. C60 is a 60-carbon molecule that has unique properties in terms of the electrons cloud around the molecule, all right, and it'll help you to soak up these free radicals. It is hundreds, if not 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day, every day, to soak up those free radicals, reduce the stress in the cell, improve your mitochondrial health, and then your overall tissues are going to perform better, and your organ systems are going to perform better. It helps with your neurons also, because what happens is that it's going to soak up those free radicals in the neuron. It's going to boost up the ATP levels in your neuron. The health of your mitochondria will be much healthier. You need healthy mitochondria to be able to produce the neurotransmitters and to have those neurons firing. So to improve your neuroplasticity, to improve your thinking, to reduce brain fog, to improve your memory, you need healthy neurons. And guess what? C60 helps with that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration on my store. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5. And you'll get $5 off any order that you make. I've been having that discount for 5 years. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It's the second pillar of the core protocol. And that core protocol is max 35, max 14, or cleanse to boost up your immune system. The second pillar is the C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is ashwagandha, the turmeric, and lignans to bring down inflammation, boost up your immune system, and help with your cardiovascular health. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost. That's going to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. And you're going to lose weight and target other systems like brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take C60. I've been taking C60 every day since 2016. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Sam Dotter, Bloomberg senior Middle East reporter, talking about some of the deals that President Trump is negotiating with the folks in the Middle East. We got all that coming up, as well as some economic data as well. But right now, let's kick this whole thing off with John Tucker and a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, and this Bloomberg Business Flash poll being brought to you by IBKR. Will the year-over-year change in the U.S. CPI exceed 2.7% in May of 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 23%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is June 19th. The S&P 500 rising toward its highest level since February. Just parenthetically, it's still down 4.5% from its record. 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the index, they are higher right now. And you guessed it, healthcare, the biggest drag for the S&P 500, also the biggest drag for the Dow. That's because of United Health Group. It is down those shares right now 14%. Christine's going to be along in a few minutes just to tell you why. Household inflation posting a smaller than expected forecast increase for the third month in a row. Despite the tariffs, the consumer price index rising a modest 0.2% in April. The more policy reactive 2-year yield right now down 2 basis points. That's at 3.98. The 10 unchanged, 4.47. Also seeing a dollar DXY that was down about 0.4%. Bank of America Corporation planning to open more than 150 new branches. When was the last time you were in a bank branch? By the end of 2027.
Supposedly my husband goes into them. I don't.
I mean, I do, right here because the ATM machine, but like, meet with it for what? Anyway, the second largest U.S. bank pushing further into growing markets. More than 90% of client interactions do take place through a digital channel. The branches, they say, are going to focus more on meeting spaces where conversations can take place. So,
okay,
there you go. S&P 500, 33 points higher. That's up 0.6%. 58.78 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now down 143. The Nasdaq 100 after yesterday's incredible over 4% surge. Right now the Nasdaq is up. Nasdaq 100 up 1%, up 228 points. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Hey, Alex and Paul.
Hello. Happy Tuesday. Alex Steele here alongside John Tucker and Paul Sweeney. It's Tuesday. We got this. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney, and we're joined now by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Let's talk about the biggest decliner that's leading the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower. That is United Health.
United Health, Alex, that is down more than 14% now. So those opening losses really picking up steam here. And the big news is the fact that it unexpectedly replaced its CEO and brought back its former CEO and chairman, Stephen Hemsley. Now, Hemsley, of course, is a United Health veteran. He joined in 1997, served as CEO for about a decade starting in 2006. Now, United Health has had one heck of a time. They suspended their earnings guidance as well for this year, citing higher than expected medical costs for some of its beneficiaries. And as we remember, last month, they cut their annual guidance and reported their first earnings miss in more than a decade. So it sounds like a lot of turmoil over there.
Yeah, just, I mean, the withdrawing the guidance, new CEO, but that is just bad. So that I can see how the stock's reacting to that. How about our good friends at Boeing? Some good news there?
Yeah, some good news at Boeing. A couple of Bloomberg News reports actually contributing to the share gains there, potentially running up now more than 2%, nearing 3%. So those gains pick up steam from the open. So one Bloomberg News report saying that China has removed a month-long ban on airlines from taking delivery of Boeing planes. So that follows, of course, the more cordial relations between U.S. and China after some trade talks over the weekend. And we have another Bloomberg News report also saying that Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund will be ordering 30 737 MAX jets for its aircraft leasing company, Avialease, and that is just in time for President Donald Trump to be heading to the Middle East.
All right, let's wrap it up here with Enphase. So that is a solar company, and we had revisions within the GOP tax bill about some of the IRA tax credits. Walk me through it.
Yeah, exactly. Enphase now extending those losses down more than 4% since the open. And exactly that, Alex. Enphase really among the kind of companies that are at risk if this tax bill passes, makes it through the House and the Senate. So basically BMO cutting its recommendation precisely because of that. They're now seeing the stock as an underperform, and they're citing those proposed tax changes, potentially a plan to eliminate credit for homeowners who take loans or pay cash for their residential solar and battery systems. So we're thinking Enphase really going to take the brunt of that pain.
Yeah, you know what else is going to hurt? Hydrogen. 45V tax credits also going away. That's really hurting some companies, or will hurt some companies. But some are saying it's not as bad as it could have been.
Okay.
and it's all in negotiation, so maybe it won't be as bad. For more conversations just like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes. And the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Christine, thanks a lot. Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Let's get to the bond market here. So we had the CPI came in better than expected, yet you have yields lower by 2 basis points in the front end. Head scratcher for me, Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior U.S. interest rate strategist. So in my 1 + 1 = 2, you get inflation less of a problem. Therefore, the Fed won't have to cut. Why are my yields lower here?
Well, it's not only that the Fed won't have to cut, but that the Fed can maybe cut a little bit, right? So lower inflation and inflation below target or at their target is a necessary condition for the Federal Reserve to cut. So the fact that you only had a 0.2% month on month on inflation, not a massive surprise. Quite frankly, it wasn't a huge miss really when you look at a lot of the details, but it was also a good sign because people are worried that tariffs are going to have an effect. But remember, the tariffs only went into effect last month, so we're not going to see that on shelf prices until this month and next month. So I think the market in general, like this relatively muted reaction from the market, is something that we're going to have to look through, at least on the inflation front, for the next until we get the prints for the next couple of months.
What's the Fed looking at, Ira, these days? Is it focusing more on inflation or more on growth? Because I think a lot of folks are probably concerned that whatever inflation levels we get, it's going to kind of hurt growth more so. What do you think the Fed's looking at?
Yeah, well, this is certainly the conundrum that the Federal Reserve is going to have going forward, particularly if we get an increase in inflation and then we see a significant downshift in growth and certainly the job market, right? Remember that growth itself is not what the Federal Reserve's mandate is. It's really the job market. So you can have slow growth or no growth with a job market that's okay but not great. And I think that's the potential big issues that the Fed might go to. So Jay Powell last week was pretty clear in saying that, look, we're going to basically focus on whichever of the two parts of our dual mandate is farther from where we want it to be. So if inflation jumps to 5% and unemployment is still kind of 4.5% and not climbing quickly, then they're going to focus on inflation. But if inflation kind of hovers 2.5%, 3%, but it looks like we're going to have negative job prints and we're going to have 5+% unemployment rate, then the Fed will key on that and cut interest rates and maybe give up a little bit on its inflation fighting mode for at least some temporary period of time. But we're still far away from that. I mean, our view had been going into this year, and I think I mentioned it to you guys last week, is that we always thought that the market was pricing for the Fed to cut too early. Cutting in June or July, we never thought was a realistic possibility because of this, dueling economic scenarios that you just laid out, Paul. So now we're probably pricing for something a bit more realistic. Fourth quarter, only 2 cuts this year. Mm-hmm. That's kind of where we think the market's going to kind of find a steady state.
So does that mean that around 4% is the top for the 2-year?
Yeah, I think it is, unless we wind up getting some better economic data. So, we get an upside surprise on next month's employment, and we wind up having decent retail sales data, all of those things. I don't think that anything above 420 probably on the 2-year makes sense. Like, there's no reason right now for the 2-year to be trading above the federal funds rate, right? So why would you sell off 50 basis points in the 2-year unless you really thought the Fed was going to hike, which I think is not realistic. It's much more likely that they stay steady for the next 2 years than it is that they increase rates at any time over the next 2 years. That being said, just the financial fair value right now on the 2-year note, we have at 3.8%. So maybe the market's gone just a little bit too far, being very close to 4% right now.
Ira, are international investors still buying U.S. Treasuries? Or are they still mad at us?
No, they are. And in fact, if you look at the recent Treasury auctions, they have been purchasing just the same amount that they had been over the past couple of years, actually. Around 10% of the recent Treasury auctions went to foreign investors, and that's pretty much in line. Some of the investors that I've been speaking to say, well, look, it's an economic decision that we're making. If our choice is to buy our local government debt or buy treasuries and then hedge some of our currency risk or all of our currency risk, and we can still pick up yield compared to our home currency and our home bond market, then we're going to keep doing that trade. And so until that economics changes, or there's real fear that the U.S. is going to default on its debt or something like that, I think private foreign investors in particular are just going to keep buying.
Hey, Ira, always good to catch up. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, joining us. There are some headlines coming to us from Saudi Arabia that NVIDIA is going to build some AI factories in Saudi Arabia. Boeing 737A aircraft totaling about $4.8 billion are going to be sent to Saudi Arabia. And GE Vernova's energy solutions worth over $14 billion to Saudi Arabia as well. We're going to get more headlines and sort of what's at risk and what's at stake for Saudi Arabia and the U.S. As President Trump marks his first overseas visit aside from the Pope's funeral. We are going to break that down with Nick Wadhams. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence. He is the national security team leader. Plus, what do you do when you're like a couple points away from erasing all the declines for the S&P that caught many, many investors and hedge funds off guard? What do you do? Sarah Parmzik, financial advisor at UBS Private Wealth Management, will be joining us. Happy Tuesday. This is Bloomberg.
All right, so what we're going to be doing is talking about Boomer Boost before we go to Times Radio. Boomer Boost is a supplement. It's a powder. I take it every day. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. And what you get a good big scooper. You take the full scooper each day, just once a day. It has 68 nutrients in it. So you can see the label here. It's pretty comprehensive. Go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can read the label more carefully. But it has some really good stuff in here that targets a few systems of your body. It targets your heart, your vascular system, your brain. It'll rev up your metabolism. You're going to have lots more energy. You're going to lose weight, a healthy weight loss, and provide the nutrients that you need to work out. And it's very important to use this every day, but also apply a holistic approach to your health and wellness. And that holistic approach is proper supplementation, proper sleep, proper exercise, all four modalities of exercise: cardio, resistance training, balancing exercises, and stretching. All three are very important. All four are very important in terms of the modalities of exercise. If you only do one of them, you're doing it wrong. So very important to do all four modalities. Also, learn new things. Stimulate the brain so you are producing that positive neuroplasticity. In addition, make sure you filter your water and stay away from processed foods. When you do this holistically, and also spirituality or mindfulness to calm your central nervous system, when you do that holistically and you're taking the proper supplementation, you can get the max benefit, and what's going to happen is you're going to slow down the aging process. When people are heavily stressed or not sleeping well or eating poorly or not getting the proper supplementation, they age faster. So if you follow the protocol, you're going to slow down the aging process and you're going to have more energy and more vitality. So take Boomer Boost every day, either for your breakfast or for your lunch. Mix it with soft foods or just filtered water or milk. Some people put it in a smoothie. It's up to you. I put it in soft foods like hummus, but you can put it in yogurt or in applesauce, something like that. But take it every day. And what you're going to notice within 72 hours, you're going to start seeing that you're having more energy. You can concentrate better. You're going to have less brain fog. And that energy that you have is throughout the whole day. It's not spiking. It's throughout the whole day, and you're going to have more vitality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the Boomer Boost. It will also help with strength, maintaining and building strength. Now, you can take separately the barley, or you can mix it with the Boomer Boost. Okay, but let's just talk about what the barley does for you. I have two types. I have the heirloom barley and the gladiator barley. The heirloom barley will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So what that basically means is you're detoxifying your body, which is super important to do daily. And reducing inflammation is going to help with your immune system and your recovery if you work out. And soaking up free radicals through different vectors slows down the aging process and reduces stress at the cellular and tissue level. So take heirloom barley. Or you can take the gladiator barley. You get all the benefits of heirloom barley and gladiator barley, but you also get strength benefits. Now, both barleys are high density protein. But with the gladiator barley, it'll help you to build strength. You get a big scooper in either the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Take a half a scooper or a full scooper a day. And you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, smoothie. It's up to you. All right. And again, this will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation so you recover quicker, help with your immune system, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. I take gladiator barley and do your workout. All right. And you'll notice that you will recover quicker and you have strength gains. You'll gain strength faster. So it's a great way to get healthy. Now, you can mix it with the Boomer Boost to get the max benefit. The Boomer Boost with the gladiator barley or the Boomer Boost with the heirloom barley. And when you mix it, you're controlling your A1C levels even more. Now, the max way to control your A1C levels, your blood glucose levels, is take the Boomer Boost and the gladiator barley and do resistance training. That's the best way to do it. All right? You get the max benefit, but you will control your A1C levels. It's really important. And like I said, the two biggest chronic diseases in the United States is diabetes and cardiovascular disease. And you can mitigate that by taking the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost. So take it every day. It's best that you stack it. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you want to take them together, you can use my longevity boost box. And then I put that as a discount so you can stack them. All right. You can, in that longevity boost box, you can get the Boomer Boost and your choice of gladiator barley or heirloom barley. But the key here is holistic in taking the right supplementation and stacking this stuff. Like, let me give you an example. You can take the barley and you'll get benefits by just taking the barley, or you can get a lot of benefits by just taking the Boomer Boost. But stacking them, you'll get max benefits. You add in exercise and you're going to gain strength and control those A1C levels. If you add in the Myotrol, remember what Myotrol does. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle. So it's synergistic with gladiator barley. So a great stack would be Boomer Boost, gladiator barley, and Myotrol. But the point here is that you can mix this stuff on my store and customize your own anti-aging and longevity protocol. All right. So let's talk about the core, what I call the core, because I take a lot of different supplements to slow down the aging process, and it's working. All right. There's no doubt that it's working. So you just have, but not everybody can do what I do. All right. Not everybody can afford taking everything that I do. I understand that. So the key here is for me to tell you and how to mix these things together to get the max benefit for your certain price point. So Boomer Boost is the fourth pillar of the core protocol. So, and like I said, that's going to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. But that first pillar is the max 35 and the max 14 and cleanse to boost up your immune system. C60 is the second pillar of the core to soak up free radicals. And the third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to help with the immune system and your cardiovascular health. And when you stack this together And you add in that holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learning new things, some sort of spirituality or mindfulness, drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods. When you do that with just the core and that holistic approach with your lifestyle, you're going to see huge gains in slowing down the aging process. So, and you can build off of that. You can just do that, or you can do just a subset of what I just said. But you can add to it, like the probiotics that I'll be talking about, or the multivitamin, or you want to focus on heart health and taking D3 and K2 and nattokinase, all right? Or if you're concerned about your pancreatic health, adding in a digestive enzyme complex. So there's lots of ways to do this, all right? And you target what you need to target and slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator Barley, or the Heirloom Barley, and get healthy. This stuff works, and it's affordable. And not only that, if you're taking this for your breakfast or for your lunch, you're gonna get healthy and you're gonna save money, because the cost of these containers, the cost of what's in here for a month's supply, I'm sure is cheaper than what you're spending for breakfast or lunch on a monthly basis. So you'll save money and get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 on any order and get $5 off. And if you want to save money, additional money, purchase an anti-aging box or a longevity box. And those are further, they have a built-in discount. And you can apply the discount 5 on top of that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, I want to pivot over to Times Radio, and they frame it as if the Saudi trip is a failure for Trump. Of course, because Trump can never do anything right on Times Radio.
Tangible, I mean, entangled and difficult to solve than he anticipated, and he surrounded himself by a very inexperienced team who aren't really properly staffed or able to engage in complex negotiations whose roots are often centuries long. And, it's catching up with it.
We can speak now to Lord Mark Malloch Brown, the former Deputy Secretary General of the UN. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
A trip to the Middle East for Donald Trump, no visits to Netanyahu in Israel. Do we read anything into that?
I think we do. It's very strange. Biden spent 4 years emulating Trump's policy of the first term, of really cozying up to Netanyahu. And in some ways, it's taken Trump to break with Trump. Now, we shouldn't overdo it, because he still allowed the extraordinary potential clearances of Gaza, which, a military operation which is anticipated to pick up once Trump leaves the region. So in terms of some key critical issues, he remains very aligned with Netanyahu. But the release of this hostage yesterday was done with very little engagement, it seems, with the Israelis. The reach out to Iran, which is an absolute red line for Netanyahu, was again done despite the Israelis. And similarly, all of this trip, these 3 Gulf states, and it's not including a stop in Israel, reflects that the key policy of the first term, which was a rapprochement politically, the so-called Abraham Accords between Israel and its Gulf neighbors, that Trump has recognized that with the continuing conflict in Gaza, that has to stay on the sidelines for now, and he has to pursue a strengthened bilateral policy or engagement between the US and these 3 states, and leave Israel on the side.
He's just come out of this plane, actually, Donald Trump in Riyadh, fist pumping and going down the purple carpet where he's going to be met with an honor guard. Is he temperamentally quite inclined towards Arab nations, I wonder? Like places like Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, they're kind of awash with money, slightly garishly awash with money. They like deals. They see the world as a place where they can spend their money and make it prosper. There's something that feels that connects them with Trump at some level.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he'll spend a lot of this trip observing that it's like Mar-a-Lago on the Red Sea. There is a common design style running through his own preferences and what he's now doing to the Oval Office, where he proudly shows to visitors the addition of the new gold.
You know what I think?
You
know what I think is happening? People hate Trump, especially intellectuals, because he is financially successful. Not only that, he is very famous, and he is an individual that seems to command the room. He's like a lion, right? So not a lot of people can do that. Now, is Trump a intellectual? No, he's not an intellectual. Is he a successful individual in terms of monetary success? Yes. Is he successful in raising a family that doesn't have all the contemporary problems that many families have, especially with that much wealth? Yeah, he was pretty successful in raising his family. So, but is he perfect? No. But taking it another step further, a lot of times people hate what they see because they see themselves in them, in the person they hate, or they're jealous. There's envy. And I think what's happening with the pseudo-intellectuals that hate Trump is they're envious of his money. They're envious of his success with having children that are stable. I mean, many people, even in the wealthy strata, have unstable children. So, and then on top of it, he raised to the height of political power with very little experience in the political realm. So it's obvious that if you believe in the divine, it seems to be obvious to me that there is a blessing that has been bestowed on Trump. That doesn't mean that he's perfect. He's not. But the thing is the people that hate him, a big part of it is because of envy, and because he was able to, and a subset of that is that he was able to become successful financially, successful with family, and also successful in political power that these pseudo-intellectuals will never have, ever in their life. So, and when they look in the mirror, some of the things that they hate about Trump, they wish they had, or they see in themselves. America is Trump. America is very 80s, in that sense. The go-go 80s, right? So that's my take on it. But let's continue Times Radio. These pseudo-intellectuals, they seem to know Trump so well. But if he's so bad, why was he bestowed such a blessing?
But I think, there's something even more ironic and profounder at play, which is that, when Trump first went to Saudi Arabia at the beginning of his first term, and then subsequently, as you mentioned, Stig, the Khashoggi killing meant that, Saudi Arabia was really in the international doghouse. And now suddenly, MBS, the ruler of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has really done an extraordinary job in rehabilitating himself and being seen almost as a statesman, a host to Ukraine peace talks, at the center of a lot of regional peace initiatives. And the sort of rogue state, strangely, is Trump 4 months into his new term, where, in a sense, the one who the international community is now suspicious of is America's president, not Saudi Arabia's crown prince.
And the two of them are walking together down the purple carpet. As we speak, just before you go, Mark, Trump creates a... We're trying to work this out yesterday. It's probably going to be a question we'll be asking and trying to answer over the course of the next few weeks. Trump creates a lot of sound and fury on the global stage. And the question of, does it signify nothing or something? Has he ever actually achieved anything? Gaza, still a humanitarian disaster. Ukraine and Russia, not really close to peace. He's saying he might drop in on talks between Zelensky and Putin. But if Putin may not even show up to Istanbul to have a conversation with Zelensky, and if they did, they probably wouldn't agree about very much. Is he moving things to any good effect, do you think, Donald Trump?
Well, again, if you look at his first term, both the Abraham Accords and the dramatic pivot against China were lasting changes in American foreign policy. But, you know, the volume of noise and excitement around the much wider agenda of peace with North Korea, of removing Iran's nuclear capability, etc., was just that noise and excitement that led nowhere. And I think we all anticipated that, you know, the early awe and fear, the fast-moving Trump 2 in these first months when he'd sort of come back from his Napoleon-like exile and had planned this time for a much more coherent, you know, attack on policy problems, was going to lead to a better ratio between results and sound and fury, even if we didn't like the results. But in fact, you're right, Stig, I think. We are seeing the thing banging up against a wall. You know, in the Middle East as much as anywhere. I think he hoped this would be a political visit to the Middle East with lots of diplomatic successes. Instead, it's pivoted to a commercial visit, and very much, I suspect, around his own family interests in many ways. And that is a measure less of his own preference and more of his failure on the political front to, in any substantial way, live up to his campaign promise that he was going to end wars, solve the world's conflicts overnight. They're proving a lot more intangible, entangled and difficult to solve than he anticipated. And he surrounded himself by a very inexperienced team who aren't really properly staffed or able to engage in complex negotiations whose roots are often centuries long. And, you know, it's catching up with it.
Yeah, easy to do the flash of a deal rather than something more substantive. Mark, really interesting stuff. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Steve.
That's Lord Malloch Brown, there, the former Deputy Secretary General of the UN.
All righty. All right, let's do a market update here. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,883. VIX is trading at 17.83. Euro USD is trading at 1.11. Oil is trading at 62.86. BITO is trading at 21.74. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 147.8. Gush is trading at 22.95, and DRIP is trading at 10.03. UCO is trading at 22, and natural gas is trading at 3.598. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Probiotics is a great way to build that foundation for proper health. All right, I have two types. I have the veggie cap version or the powdered version. I prefer to take the powdered version because I take so many powders like the collagen and the lignans and the boomer boost and the gladiator barley. So I just, obviously the probiotics, and it's just easier for me. But some people don't do that and they prefer to take the veggie cap. Both are very high quality. So go to my store, get the probiotics, take it every day. Drink it with filtered water. And guess what? You're going to help with your gut biome. You're going to reduce that inflammation. You're also going to help with your immune system. Your immune system in your gut will improve. That you'll be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have a better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. And when you have a good gut biome, you're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia. All right? there's been research that has been shown in Europe that when people have poor gut health, that it is associated with early onset of dementia. So it's really important as we get closer to our geriatric years to do what we can do to protect our neurons and to protect our overall health. With a good gut biome, your skin will improve. And you're just going to function better, all right? It's very important to drink filtered water, and it's very important to stay away from these processed foods and the GMO because they create disruption in your gut biome. So it's really important, holistic approach, and to take a good probiotic. So get the VeggieCap version or the powdered version. Both are very high quality and improve your health and wellness. Now, view that as a foundation and build off of it. Good probiotics, good multivitamins, using the core protocol that I mentioned. When you do that on a regular basis, you're going to notice that your body is healing and you are slowing down the aging process and you have more vitality. You're going to have more longevity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount, the number 5, $5 off any order. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And another thing to stack with the probiotic, or just take them separately, are vitamin C and magnesium. This will help with your immune system. It'll help with your skin and help with your brain health. Magnesium is really important for brain health. And magnesium helps to improve the efficacy of vitamin D3. And getting the magnesium and zinc boosts up your immune system and helps with your brain health. You can stack them together to help with your immune system and brain health, your skin. And like I said, magnesium is important to improve the efficacy of D3. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium, boost up that immune system.
It's, it's planned to diversify its economy away from oil. I mean, that's how much money it needs domestically. And with falling oil prices, that's not going to happen under current circumstances.
What is the status of OPEC Plus these days, Sam? I mean, is Saudi still in the driver's seat there?
Yeah, I mean, in Russia, I mean, it's not something I'm following quite closely, but I mean, I do have a story that came out yesterday about how Saudi Arabia orchestrated this last round of production cuts,
right,
in order to hit two birds with one stone, so to speak. One is to punish the cheaters in OPEC Plus, and the other is to actually please Donald Trump, the head of this visit, because he's been calling for lower oil prices.
Yes, he has. So it's sort of like a joint effort. On the one hand, you get the Saudis get to punish the cheaters, and then also get to help President Trump. Exactly. Which brings the question: what does Saudi Arabia want out of President Trump?
I think they want us to look beyond the deals because they're saying this is about really redefining this strategic U.S.-Saudi relationship. I mean, you have to remember this relationship started sometime in 1945 when MBS's grandfather, King Abdulaziz, met then President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on the USS Quincy. And the agreement back then was pretty simple. I mean, in return for U.S. security and defense guarantees,
all right, we're going to go. We're going to go to the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. Musk is being interviewed on a panel, on stage.
Partnership about how we could join hands together, as we have joined hands in the past 92 years, on building a factor-based economy to help the world and power up 20% of the energy mix, which is very critical today to the AI intelligence age, the digital age, and how we have reformed, and with the intelligent age, and we could not be more appreciative of having a lifetime partner and a friend like you, Elon, to the kingdom, joining hands on XAI, Starlink, and robotics, and Tesla. Thank you so much on behalf of the whole kingdom, and we look forward to continuing the partnership. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Let's see. All right, they did a 20. Let me see if I can catch it. When they started. That's a live thing that doesn't. You can't scroll it. Oh, that's weird. You can't scroll the. Unfortunately, it didn't have enough of a clip.
Amenable? You heard it here from Elon. He's bringing his robot taxi to the kingdom.
Yeah.
He has another announcement.
All right. Unfortunately, it wasn't that great of a clip. I was kind of hoping that we'd get a better feed. Oh, Trump's going to speak at the conference here soon. So let's just wait for that feed to pop in. All right, let's go to Bloomberg again.
Solomon, MBS. Does that suggest that MBS is now, I guess, welcome back onto the world stage?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, the whole world, particularly Western, nations who, if you remember in 2018, when he was accused of ordering the killing of Washington, Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi at the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. I mean, obviously, the Saudi version is that he had nothing to do with it. It was something that his underlings undertook, and he had no involvement whatsoever. But the whole world has, particularly Western countries, have looked beyond that because they feel like it's too costly to overlook Saudi Arabia. First, as a source of contracts, of business, this is a country that's in the heart of the Middle East in terms of, in terms of, you can't do anything in the Middle East without Saudi Arabia. That's really it. So they have to look beyond that. And obviously, with Saudi Arabia, this is before the current, situation with oil prices. Saudi Arabia was the main source of capital and also contracts for a lot of, Western countries. So obviously everybody's looked beyond that. I mean, today, MBS greeted Donald Trump as if he were the king of Saudi Arabia, except for the title. I mean, all the pomp and circumstance were that of a king reading ahead of state.
Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Sam Dagger, senior Middle East reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us via Zoom from Dubai. Again, at the beginning of President Trump's trip to the Middle East, a number of economic deals announced by the Trump administration.
And what's interesting is that Saudis produce oil on the cheap, but because of their Saudi Vision Plan in 2030, where they had to pump a lot of money into transforming its economy, they really need oil prices near $100. We're talking like 90, 95 to make that happen. So to sacrifice that revenue in order to gain other things, those other things have to be
the
very
thing is that
worthwhile.
there's so many different numbers that people have thrown out. She's saying 95. Some people are saying it's 80. Other people are saying it's 93. Who knows what it is? Probably closer to 80.
On that fiscal revenue side in order to gain
either compliance or maybe favor of President Trump, but they're willing to take it, but it hurts. All right, Connor, George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior aerospace, defense, and airlines analyst, talking about China finally removing a ban on Boeing deliveries. This is after the U.S. trade truce. We'll break down what exactly that means for the two largest trading partners. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Tuesday.
All right, let's just listen into the feed. They're taking pictures on the stage before Trump speaks. I think it's fascinating that they're getting into artificial intelligence with the oil rigs. It's a major, I think that's a major bellwether of what really is going to transpire with artificial intelligence in major industry. Let's see here. I'd like to get a nice feed from
the country and have served at a man.
Here, let's go back to Al Jazeera here. Look for a better feed.
Hello, welcome to the program. U.S. President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia on the first stop of a three-country tour of the Gulf. And for Trump, deal-making is top of the agenda. The White House has already confirmed that Saudi Arabia has agreed to invest $600 billion in the U.S. in sectors ranging from artificial intelligence to infrastructure. Donald Trump has indicated he wants to push that figure over $1 trillion. We'll be live in Riyadh shortly, but first, this report from Kimberly Halkett.
From the moment Air Force One entered Saudi airspace flanked by F-15 fighter jets, Donald Trump enjoyed a royal welcome to Saudi Arabia on his first major international trip of his second term. As the U.S. president's limousine, known as the Beast, approached the royal court, it was escorted by riders on Arabian horses and greeted by an honor guard playing both nations' national anthems. Once inside, Trump, the Crown Prince, dignitaries, and business leaders from both countries participated in a lavish coffee and tea ceremony, while Trump reportedly sipped on Diet Coke, the warm relationship between the two leaders on full display. The White House says the goal of Trump's trip is to deepen ties between the United States and Gulf kingdoms. The U.S. president is also hoping to secure more than $1 trillion in defense spending, up from the current $600 billion already pledged from Saudi Arabia. Ahead of a Saudi-U.S. investment forum, chief executives like Elon Musk of Tesla and Sam Altman based economy.
Well, we've got two correspondents following the president's visit for us in Saudi Arabia. Hashim Al-Barra standing by in Riyadh. But first, let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's been traveling in Saudi Arabia. So, Kimberly, both countries have a list of what they're hoping to get out of this visit. For Trump, it's all about the cash. Huge numbers being bandied about to the tune of trillions of dollars. Yeah, that's right. And already we're getting an idea about what some of that investment is starting to look like. The money is flowing in both directions. We know that there was a pledge by the Saudi Crown Prince to invest some $600 billion in the United States. Donald Trump hoping and reiterating as he met with the Saudi Crown Prince a few hours earlier, that he was hoping to push that number up closer to more than $1 trillion. And what this is spelling out into is defense contracts. But we're learning even more. We've just had an announcement from the CEO of Uber that he is expecting to invest in having autonomous vehicles driving around Saudi Arabia this year. That is an announcement that was made in just the last hour. Now, we know that as we await Donald Trump to begin speaking, that the CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk, who is also kind of a right-hand man to Donald Trump, is speaking right now, and he has just thanked the kingdom for approving his company, Starlink. So you can see already some of the partnerships that are taking place. We also know that as we saw some of these signed agreements taking place in the royal court, that as the Crown Prince and the U.S. President were sitting there, there were defense contracts that and memos of understanding that were being signed, also memos of understanding when it came to energy. We know that now that is starting to be spelled out the tune of $142 billion as we edge closer to that $600 billion that the Saudi Crown Prince has pledged. And why is the U.S. President here and interested in all of that? Well, it's going to create jobs in the United States, and it's going to get that coveted technology that the Crown Prince wants here in Saudi Arabia as he looks to grow his economy and expand the technology, which has for so long been dependent on oil wealth.
Kimberly, as you said, we are expecting Donald Trump to speak at that U.S.-Saudi investment forum. We've already heard from Elon Musk. As soon as Donald Trump comes to the stage, we will go live to that. But I'd be interested to get your opinion, because you're traditionally in Washington. How is this tour here in the Gulf state being talked about back home in the U.S.?
Well, it's being talked about in two different ways. There are always going to be Donald Trump's critics in the divided America who say that Donald Trump shouldn't be here. He's only here for his personal gain. He's a real estate mogul. And even though he's here on behalf of the American people, when he leaves office, he's going to benefit from it because his sons have business ventures in the same countries that he's visiting. But the bottom line is there's no question that the American people will benefit from these partnerships. But the other thing that is happening right now is that there's an incredible fascination in the United States with the pomp and circumstance that is taking place and the optics of this visit. And Donald Trump himself loves this sort of thing. He doesn't just love the opportunities and the as a real estate developer in terms of the vast desert and the opportunities for growth and development. He loves the opulence, the gold, and the ornateness, and the American people love this too. They love that they can see American companies now blossoming in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar and in UAE. They love that they can see side by side this juxtaposition of the American limousine, known as the Beast, being flanked by Arabian riders on Arabian horses, or just the sort of ornate costumes and Make America Great Again hats and American Business Forum. But side by side was the traditional red and white checkered head coverings of the Saudi costumes. So these are sort of these juxtapositions that Americans find fascinating and will play well in the United States.
Hopefully, lots more from you, Kimberly, throughout the course of the next few hours. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly, will get that for us in Riyadh. Let's continue the conversation with Hashim Mahabara, who is in Riyadh as well. And you've been busy all day since Donald Trump arrived in Riyadh earlier this morning on Air Force One. There was, of course, that ceremony at the royal court where Trump and his host, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, carried out non-stop meet and greet of dignitaries and business leaders. And then, of course, in the last few hours, there's been signing of a number of economic deals, the details of which are just beginning to come out. So a non-stop day for Donald Trump and for you. Talk us through the main highlights so far.
Money for the Saudis, this is quite a significant moment, and this explains why you saw the grand ceremony for President Donald Trump, the strategic economic partnership that was signed, and particularly the two key deals, the one about energy and the second one about upgrading Saudi Arabia's defense capabilities. And the Saudis have said that they are going to further seek more partnership with the United States of America. Ultimately, they would like to have an expanded security pact with the United States of America, something they were determined to have signed with the Biden administration. But it didn't work because of some differences over some of the strings that were attached to the agreement, particularly a push by the Americans for the Saudis to recognize the state of Israel, normalize with the Israelis. Saudis said that's off the table until there is a Palestinian state. So there is these aspects about finance, but then there's an aspect about politics, and this is where the Saudis and the Americans are looking forward to team up when it comes to solving some of the key issues in this part of the world, particularly Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, and also Syria.
Ashim, I just want to make reference to the live pictures that we're looking at now. I presume you can see them as well. Donald Trump has just arrived. You can see him there with the Crown Prince. He is due to speak very soon at a US-Saudi investment forum. So we will go to that as soon as that starts. Actually, let's have a listen to see if that's about to start now.
Speech of King Abdulaziz bin Abdulrahman Al Saud by U.S. President Harry Truman. And the journey begins with a historic moment, the 1945 meeting between King Abdulaziz bin Abdulrahman Al Saud and the President Franklin Roosevelt, a defining encounter that laid the foundation for a lasting diplomatic relationships between the two nations, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America. And there, the two leaders will walk through the Journey of Transformation Gallery, Saudi Vision 2030 Gallery, a forward-looking space that brings to life the kingdom's national transformation. Here in this area, it features scale models of some of the kingdom's most iconic future projects, including Prince Mohammed bin Salman Stadium.
This is as big as the reconstruction post-World War II of Japan, where they started moving towards a more industrial economy post-World War II, but also pre-World War II, when the Japanese were learning more about how to integrate Western science and industry into their economy. All right, this is huge. What's happening in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, that is Donald Trump. We saw a little earlier his motorcade ride. He is due to speak at the US-Saudi Investment Summit. You can see that he's with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Let's return back to Hashim Al-Habara. We were talking, Hashim, about what an incredibly busy day it's been. I wonder if you could describe a little bit of the mood today, because at one point Trump was even caught on camera, I believe, calling the Saudi Crown Prince a friend. I believe we like each other a lot, he said. It gives us a sense of the mood at in this visit and how hugely symbolic the relationship is.
Well, for the Saudis, Malin, this is quite a turning point. They say that this could be the moment for them to further cement a strong alliance with the United States of America, a relationship that has gone through ups and downs over the past few years. But with Trump, to see the potential.
What you are seeing playing out with Saudis and with Donald Trump in the United States and with Israel is the alignment with Ishmael, Isaac, in the positive soul root of Esau. You're seeing it. This is biblical. What's happening here?
Using this whole visit by Trump to send a strong message that we are talking about a regional player adamant on the need to play a significant role in the near future in the entire region. So it's not just necessarily just about a trade agreement or the Saudis committing hundreds of billions of dollars into the American market. It's also about Saudi Arabia repositioning itself as a key player. And this explains why they are saying that this visit today in the Saudi capital, Riyadh, vindicates Saudi Arabia's ever-growing influence across the world. It's quite a significant moment. And the way the Saudis also look at it is also that this is something that is going to be conducive to major international investments, particularly from the Americans into the Saudi market. And this falls into the vision or the plan, the massive transformation plan that was launched by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030, which is to start diversifying away from the reliance on oil and look for alternative revenues for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're expecting to hear more later today about some of the major trade agreements to be announced. We have just to remind our viewers that after Saudi Arabia, Trump, when he goes to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, he is also going to announce some major agreements when it comes to artificial intelligence. The UAE said that it was going to invest $1 trillion over the next decade on artificial intelligence. And the Saudis made it clear that they want to become a top global investor when it comes to artificial intelligence. And this explains the long list of American CEOs that we saw earlier today here in the Saudi capital, Riyadh, because they want to be part of that push, they want to be part of that drive, and they want to benefit from some of that major investment drive by the Saudis in artificial intelligence. So all in all, we're talking about a unique moment for Saudi Arabia, and this explains the choreography at place early today in the morning here in the Saudi capital. It's not just a state visit. It's not just one of those visits by an American president to Saudi Arabia. For the Saudis, this is quite an historic moment. Quite an historic moment. And this explains why they're looking forward to see this transform into major partnership and a major alliance with the United States of America. Ultimately, they're looking forward to see this. You can see Yasser Al-Mayyan, who is the CEO of Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. He's been very instrumental in some of those major deals that were made with the Americans over the last few years, standing right behind President Donald Trump. And he's going to have to play a significant role in some of those trade deals, which will be later announced throughout the day between the Americans and the Saudis.
Hashem, as we wait for Donald Trump to speak at that Business Investment Forum, you touched on the who's who of American CEOs who are at this event, who are here in Riyadh with Donald Trump, part of his entourage even. I wonder if you could go through some of the names. I mean, I mentioned Elon Musk. We've got top execs from the likes of Boeing, Google, Amazon. Why are they all here? What are they hoping that they will get out of this visit?
So basically, with the Saudis saying that they are going to invest $600 billion over the next 4 years in the United States of America, a figure that Trump says he wants to see double. You have CEOs representing the top 10 tech companies in the United States of America coming here to Saudi Arabia for the obvious reason. They would like to take part in the joint ventures and the trade agreements, and they want to benefit from the largest of Saudi Arabia, particularly when it comes to those investments in artificial intelligence. And this is very crucial for both parties because Americans are looking forward for more investments to be able to expand the platforms that they have when it comes to artificial intelligence. And the Saudis, because they hope that the moment they will expand that partnership, it will be very beneficial for Saudi Arabia in the near future, particularly when it comes to access to the rare microchips. And this is something that will fit into the narrative of the Saudi, which is basically saying to their own people, you see that the investments we are making are paying off, and we will be seeing more American capital back into Saudi Arabia and more advanced technology coming back to Saudi Arabia to help the country move away from decades of reliance on fossil fuel. And today, part of that $600 billion is some of those investments which are going to be announced, particularly when it comes to the technology sector. This explains the presence of major American companies. But we also have to bring in mind also the Saudi companies, which have said over the past few days that they were committed to expand their presence in the United States of America and also to invest in different sectors, energy, infrastructure, but particularly in artificial intelligence. And this is the moment they will be moving into the forum. And this is where we're going to listen to some of the speeches made by some of the tycoons who are present here today in Saudi Arabia. Most likely a speech from a statement by the American President Donald Trump.
Hashem, just for our viewers' reference, I just want to remind anyone who may be joining right now that we're just watching.
All right, it looks like Trump is being escorted to the stage here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver drops and lozenges. We're in the allergy season in the United States, but use these lozenges during the cold season, the allergy season, or even if you live in an environment where the air quality is poor. You can get the drops in 100 count per bag. You can get it in blueberry, in cherry flavor, or also in honey and lemon. You get 100 per bag. It's made from structural nanosilver, very high quality. And I also have in stock the elderberry zinc lozenges in a 21 count. The lozenges are larger than the drops. But right when you have that irritation, take it right away to mitigate the problem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lozenges and the drops. Have some at work, have some at home, get a few bags, be prepared. They're very high quality, and you want to mitigate that irritation right away. Very, very important, especially with people that have allergies. Now, I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've created these deodorants that are for males and females, so you can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. They're very high quality. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You use it as a dual purpose product. You use it as a deodorant every day, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum and no baking soda. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the deodorants, help support my work, and help support your health. Get a few bars for your household. It's for males and females. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the deodorants, get the lozenges, and help support your health. Now, as we're waiting for Trump to speak, I think it's also important to talk about the first pillar of my core protocol, and that is taking max 35, which is 35 parts per million, max 14, 14 parts per million, or cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, all at different price points. But you take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds or 30 seconds, swallow. That's going to boost up your immune system. What it's going to do is just help with the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, help with that mucosal barrier, and help the health of the epithelial lining. So it's going to help with your immune system. Really important. Take it every day. I take a teaspoon a day. If I'm not feeling well, I take a tablespoon or two, and then I go back to my maintenance dose. Do it every day. I've been doing this for over 5 years. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the max 35, max 14, or cleanse. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's Let's go to live now here. I think they're playing.
We have with us the business leaders representing the Strategic Economic Partnership Agreements. To commemorate this moment, I'm deeply honored to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Welcome. Please join the business leaders representing the Strategic Economic Partnership Agreements for a memorable photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and a deep appreciation for this moment and for our distinguished leaders. We witness this moment that reflects the trust and determination shared by two nations to move forward together. As you can see, the leaders at the center of this frame shaping the next phase of prosperity for both nations, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America. And now, distinguished guests, I'm deeply and truly honored to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, to deliver his speech. Welcome, Your Royal Highness. The stage is yours. What a moment! What a moment! What a moment!
And a lot of people don't realize this is very important also to stop the Silk Road initiative by the Chinese, with them going into the Middle East and into Africa. So very important. This is a very important line.
بدأت قبل 92 عام وتحديدا في عام 1933 بتوقيع اتفاقية امتياز التنقيب عن النفط في المملكة مع شركة ستاندرد أويل أوف كاليفورنيا. ونجتمع اليوم لتعميق هذه الشراكة الاستراتيجية في مراحلها المختلفة من اقتصاد قائم على الموارد الطبيعية إلى اقتصاد مبني على تنويع مصادر الدخل والمعرفة والابتكار. لقد كانت استثماراتنا المشتركة إحدى أهم الركائز في علاقاتنا الاقتصادية. والاقتصاد السعودي حاليا أكبر اقتصاد في المنطقة وأكبر شريك اقتصادي للولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في المنطقة ومن أسرع الاقتصادات نمواً بين مجموعة ال20 وقد انعكست متانة العلاقات الاقتصادية بين بلدينا على نمو التبادل التجاري إذ بلغ $500 مليار خلال عام 2013 إلى 2024 واليوم نعمل على فرص شراكة بحجم $600 مليار من بينها اتفاقيات تزيد على $300 مليار تم الإعلان عنها خلال هذا المنتدى.
So we are listening into the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. However, we do now have a translation into English, so we're going to pivot to that right now.
The United States in the region and one of the fastest growing economies in the G20. The strength of economic relations between the two countries was reflected on the growth of trade exchange reaching $500 billion during 2013 to 24. Today, we're working on partnership opportunities with $600 billion, including agreements worth more than $300 billion that were announced in this forum. In the coming months, we will work on second phase to finalize the remaining agreements to raise them to $1 trillion. This growing partnership represents the extension of multiple cooperation in the military, security, economic, and technological fields in order to enhance mutual benefits, supporting job opportunities in the kingdom, contribute to localization of industries, grow local content, and develop our GDP. The United States of America is the major destination for the PIF, accounting more than 40% of global investments. Of its global investment reflects the confidence of the U.S. economy capabilities to innovate, especially in promising sectors such as technology and AI, which contributes to transfer of knowledge and exchange of expertise. Number of USA companies operating in the kingdom is 1,300 companies, representing approximately a quarter of the volume of foreign investments. These include 200 companies that have their regional headquarters in the kingdom. The kingdom's Vision 2030 was able to achieve most of its targets. It is bringing about an unprecedented economic transformation that aims to diversify the economy and empower the private sector to be the main driver of growth in the largest economy in the region. Non-oil exports have increased $82 billion in 24. Additionally, over 2.4 million male and female citizens were employed. The unemployment rate fell to its lowest historical levels with the multiplication of women's contribution to the labor market. In conclusion, Mr. President, I am confident that today we will continue to build with you based on the foundations of these close partnership between our two countries. What we signed today is part of a greater ambition that invests the opportunities for cooperation and exchange of benefits. Mr. President, our joint action is not limited to economic cooperation, but extends towards bringing about security, stability, peace in the region and the world. Once again, I welcome you in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I look forward to listening to your remark, Mr. President.
You need to go. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you, and they burn still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
All right, so we are listening to I'm Proud to Be an American right there. That is really become President Trump's theme song ahead of his delivering remarks at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. And prior to that, we were hearing from Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman talking about what he is describing as a truly historic dual investment between the two countries. Really strengthening the relationship between the two countries of Saudi Arabia and the United States. That is the Crown Prince right there, previously on the left-hand side of your screen, as we are awaiting President Trump to deliver remarks as he has embarked upon his 4-day tour of the Middle East, the very first stop, Saudi Arabia. And we were sharing with you some of the agreements that he has signed earlier, focusing on the allyship with Saudi Arabia, but also talking about some concerns over Iran's nuclear program. So we are just moments away from hearing President Trump as he is speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. They were sharing the billions of dollars that both countries have invested in one another as they continue to forge this allyship between the two nations amid a lot of conflict in the Middle East. And we see President Trump standing there as we await the end of this song, which we cannot play in its entirety due to copyright purposes. But we do see that it looks like it might be concluding as everyone is on their feet and standing. And so now let's listen in.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, my friend. And it's a tremendous honor to return to this beautiful kingdom and be welcomed back with such extraordinary generosity and warmth. I've never forgotten the exceptional hospitality shown to us by King Solomon, who's just, we talk about a great man. That is a great man. That is a great man, a great family. So that visit took place exactly 8 years ago. The graciousness of the royal family and the Saudi people is really unsurpassed, no matter where you go. Let me also thank the countless ministers, government officials, business leaders, and distinguished guests for that warm welcome. Very warm, and I know so many of you like to call out all of your names, but we've had a lot of problems. We'd be here for a long time. We don't want that, so don't be upset. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Solomon's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today we reaffirm this important bond and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way. I've come this afternoon to talk about the bright future of the Middle East, but first let me begin by sharing the abundance of good news from a place called America. In less than 4 months, our new administration has achieved more than most other administrations accomplish in 4 years or even 8 years. We've actually done, for the most part, more. The day I took office, we inherited, thank you. Thank you. The day I took office, we inherited a colossal invasion on our southern border, an invasion like you'd never want to see here. Nobody should ever want to see it. But within weeks, we slashed illegal border crossings to an all-time low, down 99.999%. That's good, even for this great gentleman standing right in front of me. That's a good number. We had hundreds of thousands of people. They came in at the same time last year, and last month we had, in this massive border, 3 people that got in. That's quite a difference, and we have no choice but to get a lot of the people that came in because they were not the best people. They were, in many cases, very bad people. We're getting them out. We're getting them out very fast. We're bringing them back to where they came from. We have no choice. After years of military recruiting shortfalls, enlistments in the U.S. Armed Forces are now the highest in 30 years because there is such an incredible spirit in the United States of America. We have tremendous spirit again. Just about a year ago, it was a big story, front page on every paper all over the world, that nobody wanted to enlist in our military, meaning we were way under enlisted. And just last week it came out that we had the strongest enlistment. They say 30 years, but probably it's maybe ever. They don't go back that far. It's the best, and that includes police officers, firemen, everything else. Is a great spirit in the United States right now. A brand new poll from Rasmussen just showed that the number of Americans who believe the nation is on the right track, they have a right track, wrong track, is now the highest in over 20 years. And it hasn't been anything like this because for many years it was the wrong track. And I can tell you for the last 4 years it was definitely the wrong track, but it's the highest it's been in many, many years. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. That was very popular, other than perhaps with Mexico. And most importantly, for the people in this room, the days of economic misery under the last administration are rapidly giving way to the greatest economy in the history of the world. We are rocking. The United States is the hottest country, with the exception of your country, I have to say, right? I'm not going to take that on. No, Mohammed, I'm not going to take that on. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing if I made that full statement? But I will not do it. You're hotter. At least as long as I'm up here, you're hotter. But groceries, gasoline, energy, and all other prices are down with no inflation. We have no inflation in a few short weeks. We've created 464,000 brand new jobs. Think of that. It's almost 500,000 jobs created just in a matter of weeks. We just reached a historic trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and over the weekend we reached a breakthrough agreement with China. Both outstanding deals. China's agreed. We have to get it down. We have to get the details down. Scott, you're going to work on that very hard, but China's agreed to open up to the United States for trade and everything else. But they have to do it, so we'll see what happens. But we had a very, very good meeting with both of those countries. We are cutting 10 old regulations for every new regulation. We're getting rid of all of the red tape that is so many, frankly, countries as they get older, they develop a lot of red tape, and we're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of it at record levels. And I'm pleased to report that the United States Congress is on the verge of passing the largest tax cut and regulation cut in American history. We think we're in good shape to get that. And if we get that, that will be like a rocket ship for our country. In the first quarter of the year, the investment in America was up an astounding 22%. More than $10 trillion of new investments have been announced or are coming just since the election on November 5th. So think of that. In a very short period of time, we have over $10 trillion, and it could be much higher than that. Not everybody comes to the White House to have a news conference that they're going to be opening up in America, but they're all coming in numbers that we've never seen before. If you take a look at other presidencies, they wouldn't do $1 trillion sometime in years. We did this in essentially 2 months because you have to say we got into office and they gave me about a month to clean up and fix up the Oval Office. And after that, we started working. And the money is pouring in, the jobs are pouring in, the companies are pouring into our country like we've never seen before. There's never been anything like it. And we let other people tariff us into losing a lot of money and a lot of jobs, and now we're tariffing them. And it's at a level that nobody's seen. It's a level that is making us a very much different country and a very different Republican Party. We won a tremendous victory in November. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. The Electoral College we won by 312 to 226. Remember they said, well, we could get to 270. No, we got to 312. It's a big difference. And very importantly, we won counties throughout the United States, 2,660 to 451. That's why when you look at a map, they're all red. It's all, the whole country is red. Red stands for Republican. From the moment on and from the moment we started, we've seen wealth that just poured and is pouring back into America. Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here. Jensen, that's very good, wherever you may be. Thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing. Where is Jensen, by the way? Where is he? He's standing here. Where is he? I just saw that. Thank you very much, Jensen. I mean, Tim Cook isn't here, but you are. What a job you've done. He said he's got 99% of the chip market. I don't know. That's a big, that's not easy to beat. But what a job you've done. Thank you. We are proud to have you in our country. You know that. Thank you for the investment. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip We're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And, you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. And we have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way. Most lethal weapon in the world. In addition to purchases of $142 billion of American-made military equipment by our great Saudi partners, the largest ever. This week there are multi-billion-dollar commercial deals with Amazon, Oracle, AMD. They're all here. Uber, Qualcomm, Johnson & Johnson, and many, many more. So I want to congratulate everybody. So many great business executives, many of you, most of you I know. And they're coming in, you know, about a month ago. They weren't that happy when they saw me. And now they're saying, sir, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Amazing what a rising market will do. Oh, it's going to get a lot higher. In fact, I told people 5 weeks ago, this is a great time to buy. I got criticized for that. Now they don't criticize me anymore. People should have listened. But it's going to go a lot higher. You're going to see, we've never had anything like this happen. It's an explosion of investment and jobs, and great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it. There's no better place to make a future or make a fortune, do anything, frankly, than what we have in the United States of America under a certain president, Donald J. Trump. I have the right attitude. I have the same attitude that the people in the front row, second row, third row have. As you get back, perhaps they start to wane a little bit in terms of their view. But they understand, and we're doing what a lot of smart people would do. And we're not necessarily being politically correct. You saw what we did yesterday with healthcare. We've cut our healthcare by 50 to 90%. You're going to see drugs and pharmaceuticals come down at numbers that nobody has ever seen. And drugs, pharmaceuticals, we think will be dropping. And it will be a redistribution of costs with other nations, which really took advantage of a very nice group of people that ran our country. But not only is this a time of incredible excitement in the United States, it's also an exhilarating period right here in the Arabian Peninsula. Beautiful place, by the way. Beautiful place. Exactly. Thank you. Exactly 8 years ago this month, I stood in this very room and looked forward to a future in which the nations of this region would drive the forces of terrorism and extremism, drive them right out of existence, and take your place among the proudest, most prosperous, most successful nations anywhere in the world as leaders of a modern and rising Middle East. So exciting. So exciting. Mohammed, you sleep at night? How do you sleep? Just thinking. What a job. He tosses and turns like some of us. Tosses and turns all night. How do I make it even better all night? It's the ones that don't toss and turn. They're the ones that will never take you to the promised land, won't they? But you have done some job. But critics doubted that it was possible what you've done. But over the past 8 years, Saudi Arabia has proved the critics totally wrong. The transformation that has occurred even by these incredible business leaders. I mean, they're the biggest leaders in business anywhere in the world standing right before us. But the transformation that has occurred under the leadership of King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed has been truly extraordinary. Such a thing as I don't think ever happened before. I've never seen anything at that scale happen before. And I guess, you know, maybe you could say the United States is doing pretty well too, you know, but I don't think too many people have seen that happen before. Majestic skyscrapers, the towers that I see, the difference between now and 8 years ago. And 8 years ago was very impressive, but the towers that I see rising, some of the exhibits that I was shown by Mohammed, what I've seen there is just an amazing, it's an amazing process, amazing genius of so many people, architecture, but I have a feeling I know where many of those ideas came from. Happens to be sitting right in this room right before me, at the towers and all of the different. I've seen a lot of different towers. I didn't think there's any version of a tower that I haven't seen in one form or another. Well, I just passed 4 exhibits. I have never seen anything like any of them. So it's going to be very exciting. And they sit among the ancient wonders of a growing and exciting city. It's really amazing. Riyadh is becoming not just a seat of government, but a major business, cultural, and high-tech capital of the entire world. The World Cup is here. Johnny, just stand up, Johnny. Johnny, thank you, Johnny. Great job, Johnny, great job. But the World Cup and the World Expo will soon be coming here, just like the World Cup is coming to the United States. It's going to be really exciting next year. The engines of Formula One racing now roar through the streets of Jeddah in a historic milestone. Other industries recently surpassed oil. Think of it. All of your other industries now have surpassed oil. I don't know if a lot of people will understand what that means. It's so big to make up a majority of the Saudi economy for the very first time ever. So think of that. Other industries are now bigger even than oil, which is always going to be a big monster. It's a big one, but that's a great tribute to you and economic development properly used. In other cities throughout the peninsula, places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, Doha, Muscat, the transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts of tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that. And it's crucial for the wider world to know this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spend trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly. And it's something only you could do. You achieved a modern miracle, the Arabian way. That's a good way. Today, the Gulf nations have shown this entire region a path towards safe and orderly societies with improving quality of life, flourishing economic growth, expanding personal freedoms, and increasing responsibilities on the world stage. After so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. So beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing that's happening. I guess, the people that are here can't even really appreciate it because you see it happening, and it's when you come to a place that you haven't seen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years that it's even more incredible. When I left office just over 4 years ago, that future seemed almost impossible, what you've done. Together we had obliterated the killers of ISIS. We wiped them out, terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. We had healed the divide in the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a very big deal, and united the nations of the region to stand against the enemies of all civilization. We'd imposed unprecedented sanctions on Iran and starved the regime of resources to fund terror. They were unable to fund anything because they had no money left. They had no money. But the new administration came in and let them have a lot of money, and you saw what happened. It was not money well spent. And with the historic Abraham Accords that we're so proud of, all the momentum was aimed at peace, and it aimed very successfully. It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do, but we'll soon be joining the Abraham Accords. I think it'll be a tremendous tribute to your country, and it will be something that's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us, and you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East. And I really think it's going to be something special, but you'll do it in your own time, and that's what I want, and that's what you want, and that's the way it's going to be. When I left office, the only thing still standing between this region and its unbelievable potential was a small group of rogue actors and violent thugs seeking constantly to drag the Middle East backward and into havoc, mayhem, and indeed into war. Unfortunately, instead of confronting these destructive forces, the last U.S. administration chose to enrich them and empower them and give them billions and billions of dollars. The Biden administration, the worst administration in the history of our country, by the way, spurned our most trusted and long-standing Gulf partners, and I can say partners worldwide. One of our great partners, no matter who we look to, and we have great partners in the world, but we have none stronger and nobody like the gentleman that's right before me. He's your greatest representative. And if I didn't like him, I'd get out of here so fast. You know that, don't you? He knows me well. I do. I like him a lot. I like him too much. That's why we give so much, Too much. I like you too much. Great guy. They lifted sanctions on Iran in exchange for getting nothing, and sent the regime tens of billions of dollars to fund terror and death all over the world. And they laughed at him. They laughed at our leader. And they're still laughing at our leader. They thought him a fool. And they made nothing but trouble ever since, including the funding of October 7th, one of the worst days ever in the history of the Middle East. Horrible day. Biden removed the Houthis from the list of foreign terrorist organizations, even while missiles and drones were being launched right here at your beautiful city of Riyadh, and launched at ships that they happened to be sailing in the wrong location. The Biden administration's extreme weakness and gross incompetence derailed progress toward peace, destabilized the region, and put at risk everything we had worked so hard to build together. And when you think of the great achievements that you've made to do it in light of a pretty hostile administration, an administration that was not a believer, it makes your achievements even greater. Makes them even greater, you know that. But in a few short months since taking office, we have achieved the swift return of American strength at home and abroad. Now working with the vast majority of people in this region who seek stability and calm, our task is to unify against the few agents of chaos and terror that are left and that are holding hostage the dreams of millions and millions of great people. The biggest and most destructive of these forces is the regime in Iran, which has caused unthinkable suffering in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, Yemen, and beyond. There could be no sharper contrast with the path you have pursued on the Arabian Peninsula than the disaster unfolding right across in the Gulf of Iran. Think of that. They wanted to name it that. I said, they're not going to let them do that. Do you mind if I stop that? I stopped it. We're not going to let that happen. While you have been constructing the world's tallest skyscrapers in Jeddah and Dubai, Tehran's 1979 landmarks are collapsing into rubble and dust. They had it going for a little while under a much different system, but those buildings are largely falling apart, falling down, while you're building some of the world's biggest and most incredible infrastructure projects. Buildings, all sorts of things you're building that nobody's ever even seen before. Iran's decades of neglect and mismanagement have left the country plagued by rolling blackouts lasting for hours a day. All the time you hear about it. While your skill has turned dry deserts into fertile farmland, Iran's leaders have managed to turn green farmland into dry deserts as their corrupt water mafia, let's call it the water mafia, causes droughts and empty riverbeds. They get rich, but they don't let the people have any of it. And then, of course, there's the key difference at the root of it all. While the Arab states are focused on becoming pillars of regional stability and world commerce, Iran's leaders have focused on stealing their people's wealth to fund terror and bloodshed abroad. Most tragic of all, they have dragged down an entire region with them. Countless lives were lost in the Iranian effort to maintain a crumbling regime in Syria. Look at what happened with Syria. In Lebanon, their Hezbollah proxies have pillaged the hopes of a nation whose capital, Beirut, was once called the Paris of the Middle East. Can you imagine all of this misery and so much more was entirely avoidable, absolutely avoidable. And Mohammed knew that. He knew that. Smart people knew that. If only the Iranian regime had focused on building their nation up instead of tearing the region down. Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy. If we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, like I did before. You know that they were a virtually bankrupt country because of what I did. They had no money for terror. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, and take all action required to stop the regime from ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is an offer that will not last forever. The time is right now for them to choose. Right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait. Things are happening at a very fast pace. Happening right here, they're happening at a very fast pace. So they have to make their move right now, one way or the other, make your move. As I said in my inaugural address, my greatest hope is to be a peacemaker and to be a unifier. I don't like war. We have the greatest military, by the way, in the history of the world. I rebuilt our military in my first 4 years and rebuilt it into the most powerful military there is. And you saw that when I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks. People said it would take 4 years, 5 years. I did it. We did it in 3 weeks. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully. And they both have very powerful leaders, very strong leaders, good leaders, smart leaders. And it all stopped. Hopefully it'll remain that way, but it all stopped. I was very proud of Marco Rubio and all of the people that worked so hard. Marco, stand up. What a great job you did on that. Thank you, J.D. Vance, Marco. The whole group worked with you, but that was a great job. And I think they're actually getting along. Maybe we can even get them together a little bit, Marco, where they go out and have a nice dinner together. Wouldn't that be nice? But we've come a long way, and it's going to be, millions of people could have died from that conflict that started off small and was getting bigger and bigger and bigger by the day. I've also been working relentlessly to end the terrible bloodshed between Russia and Ukraine, and very importantly, talks are being held in Turkey later this week, probably on Thursday, and they could produce some pretty good results. Our people are going to be going there. Marco's going to be going there. Others are going to be going, and we'll see if we can get it done. 5,000 people, young people for the most part, soldiers from Ukraine, soldiers from Russia. They're not from here, and they're not from the United States, but they're souls. They're souls. I think usually, mostly they're young, beautiful souls that left their parents waving goodbye, left their brothers and sisters. Goodbye, I'll see you soon. And they got blown to pieces. 5,000 on average a week are dying. And people are dying elsewhere in the region, but tremendous numbers like we haven't seen since World War II are dying, and I want to stop it. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. Would have never happened if I were president. That's a war that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened if I were president, because Iran had no money to pay Hamas or anybody else. They had no money. They were not looking to take care of them. They had to take care of themselves. They had no money. We stopped their oil effectively with the embargoes and sanctions. But let me take this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the constructive role that you played in facilitating the Ukraine talks. And it really is, you've been amazing. You've made everything available to us. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if we get that settled, we'll pay a special tribute to what you've done. You really did lay a great groundwork. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The West should not be dragging itself backward into another endless war in Europe, yet another endless war. We should stop the killing and work together to address the biggest long-term threats as one unbeatable team. Think of us as an unbeatable team. I mean, when you look at what you've done here, that's much more difficult than stopping stupidity. Think of it. It's stupidity. What you've done is much more difficult, and you did it better than anybody else has ever done it. As President of the United States, my preference will always be for peace and partnership whenever those outcomes can be achieved. Always, it's always going to be that way. Only a fool would think otherwise. In recent years, far too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. policy to dispense justice for their sins. They loved using our very powerful military, and now it's really the most powerful it's ever been. We just are getting a budget approved, $1 trillion, highest budget we've ever had in history for military, $1 trillion. And we're getting the greatest missiles, the greatest weapons. And, you know, I hate to do it, but you have to do it because we believe in peace through strength. You have to have the strength, otherwise bad things could happen. But hopefully we'll never have to use any of those weapons. Seems to be an awfully big waste of money if you're never going to use them, but hopefully we'll never have to use them because the destructive power of some of those weapons are like nobody's seen before. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America, and to promote the fundamental interest of stability, prosperity, and peace. That's what I really want to do. I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States or to help defend our allies. And there will be no mercy for any foe who tries to do us or them harm. We will have no mercy. They understand that. That's why I've been pretty lucky. A lot of people think, you know, he's looking to fight. He's looking to fight, and things get settled. It's an amazing thing when they really think you mean it. But we do. We have the greatest military, the strongest military, stronger than any. Nobody's even close. We have the best weapons in the world, but we don't want to use them. If you threaten America or our partners, however, then you'll be faced with overwhelming strength and devastating force. We have things that you don't even know about, you don't hear about. And if you did, you say, wow. In recent weeks, following repeated attacks on American ships and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, the United States military launched more than 1,100 strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. As a result, the Houthis agreed to stop. They said, we don't want this anymore. It's the first time you've heard that from them, too. They're tough. They're fighters. Just days ago, we were asked to cease targeting commercial. They were not going to be targeting commercial ships in any way, shape, or form, anything American. And they were very happy that we stopped. But we had 52 days of thunder and lightning like they've never seen before. This was a swift, ferocious, decisive, and extremely successful use of military force. Not that we wanted to do it, but they were shooting down ships. They were shooting at you. They were shooting at Saudi Arabia. We don't want them shooting at Saudi Arabia if that's okay. So we hit them hard. We got what we came for, and then we got out. Since January 20th, the U.S. military has terminated 83 terrorist leaders operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia, including ISIS's #2 global leader. You read about that just recently. With the help of Pakistan, we apprehended the ISIS terrorists responsible for the attack on 13 American service members at Abbey, that horrible, horrible disaster during this Afghanistan withdrawal. You know, that's another thing that we don't even think about so much anymore. 13 died, but 42 were horribly wounded. But hundreds of people died overall, because I count the people on the other side. Hundreds of people just grossly incompetent. It's probably why Putin decided to go into Ukraine, something he never would have done if I were president. But we wouldn't have had the problems of October 7th if I were president. We wouldn't have had Ukraine, Russia if I were president. We wouldn't have had Abbey because there wouldn't have been any reason we were getting out, but we were getting out with dignity and with strength and power. The way they got out was not good. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And we've been working tirelessly to bring back all hostages held by Hamas. We brought back a lot already, but we're bringing back more. This weekend, we successfully negotiated the release of the last American hostage, Edan Alexander. Just came out a few hours ago, and we continue to work to get that war ended as quickly as possible. It's a horrible thing that's taking place. All civilized people must condemn the October 7th atrocities against Israel, which would never have happened again if you had probably a different president, but definitely if you had me as president. The people of Gaza deserve a much better future, but that will or can not occur as long as their leaders choose to kidnap, torture, and target innocent men, women, and children for political ends. The way those people are treated in Gaza, there's not a place in the world where people are treated so badly. It's horrible. After years of suffering, two of the nations most ravaged by terror are finally beginning to end their long nightmares under the new generation of leaders in Lebanon, where a friend of mine has just become the ambassador. He's going to be great. I said, that could be a very dangerous job. He said, I was born there. I'm Lebanese. I love that country. I said, but it's very dangerous. This is a friend of mine from New York. I said, but it's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to do it? I never thought of him as being a warrior, but he is a warrior. He loves his country. He said, if I'm injured or die, I'm dying for a country that I love. He grew up there. It's horrible what's happened in Lebanon, but you have a great ambassador, I can tell you that, in Lebanon, which has been endlessly victimized by Hezbollah and their sponsor, Iran. A new president and prime minister brought the first real chance in decades for a more productive partnership with the United States, and we're going to work with their new ambassador and everybody else, Marco, and we're going to see if we can really help them out and let them get over that very high grid that they're going to have to get over. My administration stands ready to help Lebanon create a future of economic development and peace with its neighbors. They have tremendous people in Lebanon. Doctors, lawyers, great professional people. I hear it so many times. Likewise in Syria, which has seen so much misery and death, there is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see in Syria. They've had their share of travesty, war, killing, many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. And I'm very pleased to announce that Secretary Marco Rubio will be meeting with the new Syrian foreign minister in Turkey later this week. And very importantly, after discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East. I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and And they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okay, they're going to show us something special. Very good people. Everywhere we can, my administration is pursuing peaceful engagement, offering a strong and steady hand of friendship to all that will take it in good faith. Together, we have made unprecedented strides and tremendous progress, and we're still just at the dawn of the bright new day that awaits for the people of the Middle East, the great, great people of the Middle East. If the responsible nations of this region seize this moment, put aside your differences and focus on the interests that unite you, then all of humanity will soon be amazed at what they will see right here in this geographic center of the world. It really is. It's like a center of the world and the spiritual heart of its greatest faiths. For the first time in 1,000 years, the world will look at this region not as a place of turmoil and strife and war and death, but as a land of opportunity and hope, just like you've done right here, a cultural and commercial crossroads of the planet. Security and stability will lift millions into lives of safety and success, and the nations of this region will be free to realize your highest destinies, honor your proud histories, harness amazing new opportunities, and bring incredible glory to Almighty God. People will come from all over the globe to be inspired by the cities you build, the businesses you create, the technologies you invent, and the beauty, talent, and potential you unleash right in the hearts of your citizens. Each of you will be able to take tremendous pride in the legacy you will leave to your children, because you will have given them the ultimate blessings of prosperity and peace. So important. In the United States, we've launched the golden age of America. It's the golden age. We see it. We see it with all that money, trillions and trillions of dollars pouring in, hundreds of thousands of jobs coming in with it. And with the help of the people of the Middle East, the people in this room, partners throughout the region, the golden age of the Middle East can proceed right alongside of us. We will work together. We will be together. We will succeed together. We will win together. And we will always be friends. Thank you. So, Mohammed, I want to thank you again very much for having me. And as a representative of what I think is the greatest nation in the world, we are with you all the way, and you have a tremendous future. Thank you very much. And please pay my respects to your father. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Playing the village people? Are you kidding me? We are seeing an inflection point of our future right now. Now, we're not going to see it manifest until a decade or two from now, but this is an inflection point right here. And this goes in line with what I've been saying, that the Jacob soul root, the positive soul root of Esau and Ishmael are going to align, and there's going to be peace and prosperity in the world. But Esau negative soul root has to die. Now, it can die through a peaceful means, or it can die through a violent means, but it has to die. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric. This will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. That will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps for you to control your blood glucose levels. That will bring down inflammation at the vascular level and systemically. So this will help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. and olive leaf extract. Dual purpose. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So you're improving your lipid profile. Lower LDL means lower probability of having LDL oxidized. LDL that's oxidized creates plaque. If you can reduce oxidized LDL, you have less plaque buildup. Stack these together, and you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and olive leaf extract. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack these the way I'm telling you to stack them, and you're going to get huge benefits. Now, before we get the mainstream media giving their take on what had just happened, please go to my store and get the NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that's going to boost up your NAD+ levels. That's going to increase your energy. That's also going to help you to repair your DNA damage, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. And NAD+ helps to protect neurons. NAD+ is very important to take once you turn age 40. So if you're age 40 or older, take NAD+ and take it right now. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. If you're taking CoQ10, chances are you're taking the wrong type. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form. You can't buy a better CoQ10 than what I have in my hand. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Go to my store, get this Ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10, and it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress on the cell and at the tissue level. It's going to help with your mitochondrial health, so you're going to have more energy, and Ubiquinol protects neurons. You stack these together, and it's a neural protector. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAD+ and the Ubiquinol. This also stacks well with C60. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5. You get $5 off. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
Those on Thursday, but right now the nowcasts are putting it at 1.5% to 2%, which is kind of where we were at the beginning of the year and what people expected without tariffs. So there's nothing for them to really do at this point except wait and see what happens. If they knew what the president was planning, you could stick it in the models and try to come up with a forecast. But since it changes every day.
Well, we're going to get retail sales this week, and that's a big one. I mean, how's the consumer doing? I mean, that's going to be really, I would think, really important.
Well, we saw a lot of prices that did not go up as expected in the goods area. So that's probably good news for retail sales, because if people were buying goods, they might have been encouraged by the fact that prices were still restrained, and they might be front-loading, as Alex said. So the odds are we could see a decent number on Thursday. The question is what happens with services, which don't show up in this report. We're looking at an overall flat retail sales number, but that's because we're not sure what autos did. Autos sales are strong, but they don't translate directly into retail sales because retail sales are on a dollar basis and auto sales are done on a unit basis, and the GDP uses units.
Did I say I bought a hybrid?
Yeah.
Okay. You leased
I
it.
leased. That's right.
Yes.
There's a minor difference, right?
He's saving.
But I'm moving towards that green stuff.
Yeah. Well, of course you're getting. I mean, don't let the president.
Well, I don't know.
Well, it's economic. I mean, that's the point.
Well, my son's he's in California school, so the cost of gasoline out there is prohibitive. So that was the pitch.
I was just there, $6 a gallon.
Yes, so that was the pitch that he made to me.
That's what happens when refiners close up, because things don't work out, which is part of the reason why Mike and I are doing this amazing piece together where we talk about low oil prices. Does it translate into gasoline prices? That's why I'm going to the refiner.
You're going to a refinery?
Yes. And Mike's going to go to Dallas. Like a real one. Oh, yeah.
She's very exciting. She has an exciting life.
Yeah, I go to Disneyland, and Alice goes to refineries.
Yeah, although it's supposed to be really really hot. That's another story. Okay, we are currently waiting for President Donald Trump of the United States and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum. They will be speaking. We will take that to you as it comes. It looked like there was just a family photo of President Trump and MBS with all the executives and officials that are also there at the forum. We will continue to monitor that and dip in as they continue to speak. Mike, back on the CPI for a second, plus demand. Things like hotels and airlines and stuff, those prices fell. Is that a demand weakness signal?
Yeah, it appears to be. We were seeing prices
good, right?
go up. No, that's not good. That's sort of the other side of the Trump issue is people don't want to come to the United States anymore. We've seen that reported all over the place, and airlines, et cetera, are reporting much lower occupancy. So it makes sense that prices would go down for those things because there's extra capacity.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, we had a guest come in from Canada. They said the plane was pretty empty. So we'll have to see how that plays. Yeah. So anyway, we'll see. But anyway, we'll see on the tourism business. But again, CPI, ex-food and energy, up 2.8% on an annualized basis. That seems fine to me. But again, Mike, you're saying the Fed needs that to go a little bit lower, right?
Well, 2.3% for the headline, and the Fed looks at headline PCE, which runs a couple of basis points below CPI. So this we'll see once we get PPI and all the nerds can start calculating what PCE is going to be, but it does look like we're getting very, very close to the Fed's target of 2%. And then, like we said earlier, they can all go home and take a nap.
Yes. Right. No, I'm all for napping. I feel like really good for that. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Super appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. All right, let's get you caught up on what's happening in the world of business. For that, we go to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading lower. United Healthcare shares certainly weighing on the Dow. Right now, UNH, that stock is plunging. We've got United Healthcare down by 16.1%. But the key takeaway at this are S&P, yes, in the green, yes, up by 0.9%, but a big yes, positive on the year, up by 0.2% in the YTD column on the Bloomberg. NASDAQ up 295. Tech shares ripping higher right now, up 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.6%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares gaining now by 0.6%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up by 1.8%. Again, keeping it all in context, the S&P up 0.8%, and once again positive on the year. The 10-year 4.47%, with the 2-year 4.00% on your 2-year. Spot gold up 0.4%, 32.48 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now rallying 2.2%, 63.33 a barrel. Hertz Global shares plunging after the car rental company posted a larger than expected loss in the first quarter, pressured by a slowdown in customer bookings. HTZ on the ticker, and the stock right now is down by 13.7%. If you are flying, specifically United, be on the lookout for this. United debuting a new interior for its incoming fleet of Boeing 787-9 aircraft, featuring 8 studio suites with doors and 27-inch seatback screens, plus upgrades throughout the rest of the cabin. Again, recapping here, stocks trading higher with the S&P up by about 0.8%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We're awaiting comments from President Trump from Saudi Arabia at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. Mohammed bin Salman is speaking as right now, and in just moments we'll get comments from President Trump. So it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of deals. I think President Trump, whenever they're looking for a lot of deals, the number I see reported is $600 billion of deals announced during this trip to Saudi Arabia. That seems like a big number to me. I know President Trump was thinking about it could be as high as $1 billion, but we'll see how it plays out. So, but again, that's what I believe this trip was about.
I think he was also hoping for $1 trillion.
Yeah,
let's ramp that up. It looks like President Trump is eventually making his way to the stage. We'll bring you his comments as he begins. Some excerpts from his speech have been released, such as he's going to offer Iran a new path towards a hopeful future. He's also going to mark some new chapters with Lebanon and Syria in his speech. In Syria, he says, we must all hope a new government will succeed. Again, he's going to briefly meet with Syria's new leader on
know that the engine of an economy is people.
I had to recycle Bloomberg. They were a little bit behind the times because I was doing full screen. Apologize for that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Do this stack here, which is going to help with your brain, help with your enzymatic activity, and also with your digestion. Digestive enzyme complex will reduce the load on your pancreas so you can digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Digestive enzyme complex has enzymes that will help you to break up those foods. That means that you're putting less load on your pancreas and you're able to digest and absorb those nutrients easier. If you work out, take this for your pre or post workout fueling source so you can digest your fuel, all right, for your workout. And because of that, you're reducing the load on your pancreas. That's really important. So individuals that work out, that are athletes or semi-athletes, you'll benefit from digestive enzyme complex, but it's really designed for people that are 40 years of age or older to reduce the load on your pancreas and so you can digest properly. Please go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. This digestive enzyme complex has enzymes, proteolytic enzymes that break up glycoproteins. Super important in 2020. That's why I kept on saying take digestive enzyme complex. And also has bromelain in it, which is fibrinolytic. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex. Now, Good Night Formula is going to help you to sleep. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. It'll allow you to go into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, so you'll be well rested when you wake up. It'll help to detoxify your body and consolidate memory. So please go to my store, take the Good Night Formula every night so you sleep properly. With good sleep, you're slowing down the aging process. And lastly, a good multivitamin is a very important foundation for your health protocol. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins as cofactors for enzymatic activity. So that means your cellular metabolism is going to be better, and your cells and your tissues are going to perform properly. Take this multivitamin every day and stack it with other supplements that I offer on my store, like the probiotic, like my core protocol, and this stack right here. This stack, like I said, the multivitamin that's going to help with the enzymatic activity. The digestive enzyme complex is going to reduce load on your pancreas and allow you to digest foods better. And the Good Night Formula is going to help with consolidating memory. You're going to be well rested, and it helps to detoxify your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, stack this, or you can do other stacks based on what you want to target. But this is a great stack right here. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Click the link that's in the description to get to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Been doing this thing of sending tens of billions of dollars to a foreign military to drop bombs on other kids in their schools. And I think all of us understand that that kind of investment is contrary to what's good for all of us. And so I know that Michiganders would rather us be spending our money here investing in our kids rather than sending them to foreign militaries. And I do anticipate that it's going to continue to be an issue simply because it makes no sense for the average Michigander, and it makes no sense for our country.
Well, of course, on that issue and others, you are trying to draw a distinction between that and your primary opponents in this Democratic contest for this Senate seat. And I wonder how you're thinking about differentiating yourself compared to those who are running against you, and if this risks exposing through this primary some of the fissures within the Democratic Party right now that obviously has been wrestling with itself in the aftermath of the last election.
I'll tell you this, I got nothing but respect for folks who are running right now to take on Trump and Trumpism, given all of the damage that he's done to our country and its standing abroad, and all of the damage he's doing to the lives of everyday folks in my state and elsewhere. That being said, the big difference with me is just that I don't take corporate contributions for a reason, because I think that Donald Trump is actually just a symptom.
Yeah,
of
amazing balance of power with Bloomberg putting on a candidate for U.S. Senate, Democrat, Muslim, from Michigan, and Dearborn, Michigan is one of the largest Muslim populations, outside of the Middle East, especially in the United States, and they're trying to demonize Trump. Meanwhile, Trump was in Saudi Arabia saying he's looking for peace and creating an economic prosperity in the Middle East. These mainstream media outlets, their mission in life seems to be to demonize Trump at all costs. I've been following this day after day after day, hour after hour after hour, and I'll tell you, it is so obvious how biased they are. And I thought that Trump's speech, which we covered completely for the conference, or for the forum, Saudi U.S. Investment Forum is what it's called, I thought he did a good job. But they can't say that. No. They got to find someone to demonize Trump.
On Wall Street as well on the CPI day. Of course, data coming in cooler than expected. And the rally is continuing on so far this week. Charlie Pellet has a look at the markets from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, a lot going on. And I do want to begin with the year-to-date numbers, because that is significant. The S&P 500 index now in the green on the year, up by 0.2%. But look at the NASDAQ 100 index for the year, up by 1.1%. Again, year-to-date numbers. Today's trading, we're looking at a lower Dow. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are both higher right now. We begin with the S&P up 51, the S&P at 58.95.
And for the ones that have been watching, I've been telling you guys, start putting money in the market. Well, there were lots and lots and lots of podcasters out there 4 weeks ago saying it's the sky's falling. Everyone was Chicken Little. But leaders like myself, born leaders, all right, they went out on a limb and basically said, don't bet against America. This dislocation is short term, and that the economy is going to rev and things are going to be better. And I gave you points in time and price on when to buy. And if you listened to me, you would have earned 10 to 18% return, depending on when you put in those price points. That's what you would have earned on your new deployment of cash. Now Bloomberg is saying we're in a bull market now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. I'm giving you intel about how to make money in the market. Now, you can take it or leave it. I don't really care. But the thing is that I am very accurate. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these products and supplements that will help with your health and wellness. Now, the structural nano silver I have in two types, in the tube form and in the quick dispenser. Structural nano silver gel is a dual purpose product. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound, a cut, an abrasion, a minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. You can use it as an aftershave, or you can also use it if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a dual-purpose product. Have some at home and at work. You never know when you need it. Please go to my store and get the structural nano silver gel. And this stack right here is very beneficial for your overall health. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. That's important for reducing stress on a cell in your tissues. Resveratrol will also help with youthful gene expression. That means that it's going to slow down the aging process. And resveratrol helps to get rid of senescent cells. Senescent cells collect garbage. You want to get rid of those. Resveratrol also soaks up free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're improving your mitochondrial health. And by improving your mitochondrial health, you'll have more energy and your cells will perform better. Your tissues will perform better and your organ systems will perform better. Now, vitamin B complex is really important because the first 4 B vitamins in here help with your mitochondrial health. So your energy levels will go up. Also, vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism. So your cells will perform better and your tissues will perform better. And vitamin B12 helps with neural protection. So this is a great stack to improve your mitochondrial health, your cellular metabolism, and to protect your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex, get the resveratrol, and stack it with the silver gel, and that's helping with your skin. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's go to Jeannie and Rick Davis.
With that 30,000 a cap. And, the hell no, as you mentioned, Kaylee, is, sort of a big, this isn't going to move. Because, of course, the magic number here is 3. Mike Johnson cannot afford to lose 3 members. And if you just look at the SALT caucus and then couple that with some of the other dissenters or factions, if you will, whether that's the Freedom Caucus, whether it's the IRA folks, whether it's the Medicaid folks, it adds up to well more than 3. Now, we're still in the middling stages of this process. Today's a huge moment as the markups begin. Changes can still be made, but they're going to have to deal with these dissenters. So far, Mike Johnson has been able to move things forward and in an amazing way, I think, keep this moving down the road. But if he loses 3, he's going to be stopped in his tracks. So he's going to have to deal. And it was interesting to hear some of the chairs of these committees say, I don't have to deal with these folks and leave it up to Mike Johnson. So he's got a lot on his plate, but the rubber meets the road today, as they say.
Well, and when we consider what each of these chairs were tasked with, Rick, they were, of course, given numbers, parameters that they had to work within. For the Ways and Means Committee, they had $4.5 trillion in lost revenue that they could afford, essentially. And according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, this package will only lose $3.7 trillion over 10 years. There is some wiggle room here. Why not just throw these SALT caucus members who could make or break the House majority in 2026, mind you, a bone?
Yeah, I think that's probably what's in the making. I noticed in the reporting that the speaker was meeting with the SALT team, the SALT caucus, as you call them, to try and work a deal out. And you're right, joint tax did them a real favor by marking the cost of this down to below $4 trillion, which, as you say, gives you some wiggle room. And there doesn't seem to be that big an issue on spending other than for the SALT group. The bigger issue that you can't fix with more money is what's happening with the deficit hawks in the House. And by the way, shared with the deficit hawk in the Senate, Ron Johnson took off and said, hey, you're not doing enough to reduce your deficit. You mentioned Chip Roy making the same claims in the House side. You're not going to get there by just throwing cash at those guys. And so the real question is going to be, when you've settled the issues in Ways and Means, when you've gotten a deal on Medicaid in the Energy and Commerce Committee, how are you going to satisfy Republicans who believe we haven't done enough to reduce the deficit?
Well, I would point out just on the SALT issue, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is talking to reporters on Capitol Hill. He says, on that issue in particular, we're working on it. It's coming along. Stay tuned. So we, of course, will stay tuned. But Rick, to the point you were just making about those kind of fiscal hawks, the ultra-conservatives, if you will, they make a lot of noise about this all the time. Pretty much every time a new spending bill or continuing resolution comes up or we're dealing with a fight over the debt ceiling, it is those very same members who make a lot of noise. But some of those very same often roll over and still go along, vote with the party, whether or not it takes a phone call from President Trump or not to do that. I guess kind of a question depending on the member, and if your name's not Tom Massey, you might be more likely to decide to change your vote at the last minute. But what's to say that wouldn't be the case this time around with this particular spending cut issue?
Yeah, I think that they tend to be more bark than bite. And when Donald Trump calls them up, they tend to fold their cards. So there is a history of these guys making these arguments, trying to get the better deal that they can get. A lot of promises about adding spending cuts, but not actually achieving them. And yet they still walk the plank. And that may be the case here. It is noteworthy that, as Jeannie said, they don't have any room for error. With people like Tom Massey who'll vote against any bill, they're down to just a vote or two that they can afford to lose on the floor. And they've not made any effort, the Republican majority, to try and buy in Democrats. And with these Medicaid cuts, it's unlikely that there's any price that you could get a Democrat across the aisle. So this is a partisan bill that'll probably go all the way down the floor with a one vote margin or two, and not have much momentum, frankly, when it gets to the Senate, which is where the real game will begin.
Yeah, that's a battle that obviously will have to be fought once the House has finished its own battling. Jeannie, we've touched on the Medicaid cuts that will be dealt with in Energy and Commerce. I also want to mention at 7 p.m., the House Ag Committee is going to be marking up its portion of this legislation, which includes shifting the burden of SNAP food assistance benefits, more of it, onto the states. And I wonder if you feel like we're paying enough attention to that particular issue.
No, I'm so glad you raised that, because I think it is one of the key issues. It hasn't gotten probably as much attention, but certainly for many Republicans, because to Rick's point, this is going to be a partisan bill in the end. For many Republicans, they have large constituencies dependent on SNAP. And so changes to that can be highly detrimental to those folks. And this is the challenge that Mike Johnson faces throughout. Again, I give him credit for getting the ball this far, but every single step they take now, whether it's SALT, whether it's SNAP, whether it's Medicaid, whether it's the deficit, he threatens to lose one member, two members, and he just doesn't have much maneuvering room. So I think what happens in Ag today at 7:30, and of course going forward, because we are talking an awful lot about the House, and certainly if they get this bill passed, that'll be a huge, huge victory for Mike Johnson. But then it goes to the Senate, where changes are in order, and how can they square those two? So we'll start all over on this again. And that is the challenge that he is going to face, of course. And, I have been following really closely people like Chip Roy, and he is really putting down the gauntlet on social media and elsewhere, saying, I will essentially not be threatened into supporting this bill unless it meets my criteria, and very carefully laying out criteria that are not at all palatable to the moderates in the caucus.
Well, as you and Rick both mentioned the Senate, Jeannie, do you think that the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, has as difficult of a job of Mike Johnson? Could it get as difficult as Mike Johnson's if Johnson's is able to wrestle this through the House and then Thune has to contend with navigating Senate changes?
Absolutely. He's got a really tough job. I mean, I happen to think Mike Johnson's got the toughest job in D.C. right now and has for a couple of years. So I wouldn't say it's tougher, but it is a different job. And of course, one of the challenges is he's got to keep in mind what is possible for Mike Johnson in the House to swallow. And of course, he is going to be under pressure by the president to deliver. And of course, on the other side, he's got a lot of members who themselves have their own red lines. And we talked about one yesterday, the senator from Missouri, who said it is political suicide to cut Medicaid at all, of course, aligning with the president, but not some of these more conservative members in the House. So he's got his own trapdoors to walk through over there.
All right, Jeannie Shanzana and Rick Davis, our political panel, thank you so much. They'll, of course, be back for more in the second hour of Balance of Power, where we'll have more on what's happening in Congress in this reconciliation effort, but also what's happening in the Middle East as President Trump is touting new investment pledges from Saudi Arabia. Much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
Every single week where the Israeli forces are releasing some prisoners they arrested during their ground invasion in the Gaza Strip.
And Hind, we are hearing about a strike in southern Gaza at the European hospital. What more can you tell us about that?
Okay, so in the past hour, suddenly we heard massive explosions, and those massive explosions turned to be 9 missiles targeting the courtyard and the surrounding of the European hospital in Khan Yunis in the southern parts of the Gaza Strip. According to medical sources, at least 6 Palestinians have been killed in this attack, and at least 40 have been injured and transferred to Al-Nasser hospital. This is obviously a target for the infrastructure of the hospital and its surroundings. People are saying that there are a lot of people still buried under the sand, where the civil defense teams and paramedics are trying to pull and rescue more people that are still trapped under the sand. But what we need to know is that in the past 24 hours, this is the second hospital that has been targeted. Earlier today, Al-Nasser hospital has been targeted, where the very famous local journalist Hassan Aslay has been also killed early in the morning. There has been targets to hospitals across the Gaza Strip, and 2 hospitals in less than 24 is a lot.
Okay, Hind Kadari there for us in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Okay, that's it from me, Malin Saeed. Lots more information, all our stories, including Trump's speech and the highlights from that on aljazeera.com. Do check it out. I'll be back in a moment with much more of the day's news.
All right, let's play DW. No, France 24.
Boyle, you're starting off with coverage of that US-China tariff deal. What have the papers been saying?
Yes, well, let's start with the Chinese papers. The English language government paper, the China Daily, has it on their front page. There they call it positive step for the global economy. It says that China hopes the US will fully rectify its erroneous practice of imposing unilateral tariffs. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong-based South China Morning Post also has it on their front page, and it's looking at the details of the deal, which involves both nations cancelling some tariffs completely and suspending others for 90 days starting tomorrow. The countries have also established a mechanism to facilitate trade talks in the future. It calls it a major de-escalation and a win for both sides, but in particular for Beijing. Now moving to the US, Politico has an article on this obviously as well. They're looking at why the two countries pulled back from the edge. It says that the deal acknowledges that a total economic divorce would be too painful for both sides. The deal came as the US faced a serious economic downturn. According to Politico, it reveals an important lesson, quote, even Teflon Don can't outrun economic reality. The Atlantic is offering an interesting way of understanding the latest trade talks. It compares Trump's deals to con artists playing a switch and bait card game where the dealer talks non-stop. It says that this constant chatter serves 2 purposes: distracting people and deceiving them about what is actually confusing them. Although the game looks fair, it says you're actually being swindled. The Guardian, though, seems to think that the card dealer has actually managed to swindle himself. This analysis piece says that although Trump has claimed it as a victory, it's actually capitulation. It argues that the deal falls short of repairing the damage caused by what was effectively a trade embargo. It highlights the shift in language, in particular, since Liberation Day, as evidence of this capitulation.
All right, and moving on, in the UK, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has come under criticism recently for his rhetoric on immigration. What does the British press look like? Well, Starmer's policies on immigration have been widely criticised in the press. Let's have a look at The Independent here. Their headline reads, dismay at PM over island of strangers, migrants.
rhetoric. The island of strangers, quote, has been likened to former far-right politician Enoch Powell's infamous 1968 Rivers of Blood speech, still saying on the left of the British press. The Guardian is also picking up on the same part of Starmer's speech. They also accuse Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer of trying to combat the rise of the far-right party Reform, which made significant gains in recent local elections. The Times is highlighting the aims of the policies on their front page here. In particular, Starmer's promise that he will curb 100,000 arrivals a year. They have a photo here of migrants who've just arrived in the UK by crossing on the Channel on a small boat, which has been widely politicised. The far-right tabloid Daily Mail, meanwhile, is making light of the fact that Starmer is being ridiculed. The Daily Mail also calls him a hypocrite for announcing an immigration crackdown years after backing open border policies when he was in opposition.
All right, Emily. Well, film fans are looking forward to the red carpet this Tuesday evening in Cannes, but also the films that are going to be shown. The festival opens today for its 78th edition. What do you have for us?
Well, Variety brings us news that there are new rules when it comes to the dress code at this year's festival. Nudity and voluminous outfits are now banned. The organisers explain their sudden prudishness is for decency reasons and to be aligned with French law. As for the oversized outfits, they're banned basically because they're impractical and quite annoying for other guests. Other than the outfit bans, France 24 here is reporting on the impact of Trump's tariffs on the film industry, especially after he said he would be imposing tariffs on films that were made outside of the US. You can read this article on France 24's front page if you're interested. Finally, on Cannes Le Monde, as this article here, it shows that the festival will be as political as ever. Many key figures of the industry published a letter yesterday denouncing the silence of the film industry in the face of what they call a genocide in Gaza.
Okay, Emily, finally from you, a bit of comforting news, pun intended. Scientists have found out that our furry friends are the best stress relievers. What is being said?
Well, a study has found that cats and dogs are more comforting than our human partners. This is in the Times today. The survey of 30,000 people found that pets outranked both spouses, children and friends as the preferred form of emotional support. Many people also reported that talking to their pets was a useful way to express concerns. Now, I'm not sure about your pets, but my cats just mainly listen to me when I talk about food, so not the best therapists in my experience.
Well, I don't have any cats, but it might be time to get one. Thank you very much, Emily Boyle, for that look at the papers. Thank you to you for watching. We'll be back after this short break.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is? It's natural, easy, has no side effects, and takes less than a minute to prepare. Using just 4 ingredients that I bet are already in your kitchen. This morning, I woke up and looked at the spot where I keep my Japanese pink salt recipe, the one I used when I was desperate to fit into my wedding dress, what some of my followers now call the homemade mounge. And I remembered how terrifying it was to have my...
Now let's go back to this over here.
Companies tried to front run the tariffs, so maybe some companies tried to raise prices anyway, even ahead of the tariffs. And certainly there are additional shipping costs if you're trying to bring in a lot of extra stuff. So we may see some prices rise in the PPI that will give us sort of a feel for how this might go. But again, it's not going to be something that occupies a terrible amount of space in Fed officials' minds because, again, they know that something's coming, but they don't know what, and so there isn't much they can say at this point
to kill this.
Than we're watching.
Well, and they're watching inflation expectations as well. We know, Mike, and when we consider the idea that inflation expectations, at least in soft consumer sentiment data, have still been going up, even if you aren't necessarily seeing it in the hard inflation data itself. Does that have influence on the thinking of monetary policymakers? Because the risk is that consumers kind of perpetuate their own inflation with their thinking prices will keep going higher.
That's it. That's a good explanation. We'll bring you to the next Fed News Conference, and you can help Jay Powell in that regard.
I'll leave that to you, Mike.
One of the follow-ons to that is that because we just went through this big inflation bout, that people's views on inflation are much more likely to be influenced quickly because they saw inflation rise so fast. So maybe the inflation being locked down or inflation expectations being stable, it may not be all that stable. They might break loose a little bit, become de-anchored if we get a report that would be really bad or some reason to think that inflation's going to go jumping up, which is a good preview for our 10 a.m. coverage on Friday of the University of Michigan's new inflation expectations data.
And we know you'll be all over that coverage, just as you're all over CPI today. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joining us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. Now, we haven't heard much from President Trump regarding the inflation data today, though he did talk about the U.S. economy plenty when he spoke at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh earlier today. It's just one portion of multiple days he'll be spending in the Middle East as he touts specifically new investment from the countries he's visiting. Qatar and the UAE, of course, coming later this week, but Saudi Arabia kicking things off. And the White House says the Saudis have made $600 billion in investment pledges into the United States. But we didn't know that was coming already. With the details, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So we knew about the $600 billion, but the Saudis are saying they're going to try to take it up to $1 trillion, which really was President Trump's goal.
That was his original pledge that he had wanted the Saudi Crown Prince to make. I was actually there back in February in Miami at the FII summit backed by the Saudi Wealth Fund, where President Trump made a very similar speech to what we heard today, asking for upwards of $1 trillion in investment. Now, we should be clear that the Saudi Crown Prince at the time of President Trump's inauguration did pledge $600 billion over 4 years, but we are starting to get some of the new details today, where those initiatives might end up going. And of course, Saudi Arabia has really been at the forefront of a few different policy priorities for this administration, but perhaps most pertinent to our conversation is this big push by this Trump White House when it comes to foreign direct investment and to shore up the capital to make good on some of these promises to boost domestic manufacturing in particular. And you'll listen here, you'll hear it here. President Trump outlined some of the recent commitments that he's been able to get.
Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here, Jensen. That's very good, wherever you may be. Thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment.
So the $600 billion number that the White House is touting here, we've learned some details. It's going to be geared towards energy, defense, technology sectors. You heard President Trump really tout how the private sector is trying to make these investments. The White House gave us one such example. Google, Oracle, Salesforce, AMD, and Uber will invest $80 billion in cutting-edge technology in both countries. And really that cutting-edge technology has been sort of at the forefront of what has been this emerging partnership, particularly with our countries in the Gulf. Take, for example, our new Bloomberg News reporting when it comes to the U.S. likely going to lift some curbs so that Saudi Arabia can have access to cutting-edge jets.
So obviously a lot of this is about business, it's about finance, but some of this is about geopolitics as well. We've heard plenty from President Trump in that regard when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Gaza, Lebanon, also interestingly, Syria, saying he will order the end of sanctions on Syria as he and others from the administration get ready to actually meet with Syrian officials on this Middle East trip. That was unexpected.
Unexpected, as well as what you're alluding to here, which is that it's our understanding that President Trump's going to meet with new leadership in Syria while he is in Saudi Arabia. Of course, there has been a leadership change in Syria, and Bloomberg Economics actually has a really great analysis looking at how that has shifted the dynamics, including between the U.S. and Turkey, just as there is new leadership in the region. And President Trump really does want to tout his credentials when it comes to peacemaking and show that he can help to wrangle down these conflicts in that area. It's important to note that he also touted how Saudi Arabia has served as that mediator when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. And we know that that really was where those talks kicked off between the U.S. and Russia to try to get to the point today. Of course, we're looking towards later this week, whether or not any progress is made. We know Zelensky, of course, is heading to Turkey, and we learned in this speech that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be there as well.
Yeah, not President Trump himself, as he had teased yesterday, but that might be happening. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for joining us with the latest out of the Middle East. And we want to get the latest out of Capitol Hill now as well, because there is some key action taking place on the Hill later this afternoon. The one we're focused on, in large part here on Bloomberg TV and radio, is the action that will come in the Ways and Means Committee. Their markup of their draft tax bill released last night, scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, that bill does a lot of things. It makes good on some key campaign promises from President Trump, including, of course, an extension of the 2017 tax cuts. No tax on tipped income or overtime, at least until 2028. It raises the endowment tax as high as 21%. It doesn't create a new tax bracket for the wealthy, creates some deductions for auto loan interest, something else President Trump wanted to see. And of course, it lifts the SALT cap to $30,000, up from the current $10,000. The thing is, that's not enough for a lot of those Republican members who live in blue SALT states like New York, including one Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who I spoke with about this on Balance of Power last night.
This bill, as written, with a $30,000 cap for those making under $400,000, is just woefully inadequate. And so, no, this does not have my support. It will not have my support. And if this bill comes to the floor for a vote, I will vote no.
For more, we turn to someone who has experience with navigating tax packages like this and markups like the one that will take place today. As the former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Kevin Brady, Chairman Kevin Brady, is joining me now. He's now spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Mr. Chairman. When you look at this package as a whole and the many different components in it, is its biggest weakness potentially this lower than expected lift to the SALT cap, at least for these SALT members? Could that actually tank this entire thing?
It could, Kaylee, good to see you. So it is a big day, Washington, D.C. When the tax bill gets introduced, while it's not the final step, it is a huge step. So starting today in about an hour, we're going to see the Ways and Means Committee take this bill up, address amendments, ultimately pass out, hopefully sometime late tomorrow. And it's a big step. So the president should be pleased here. Certainly his priorities, as you pointed out, making so much of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, preserving and improving upon the middle class tax cuts, keeping that small business deduction, the first time we've ever created that, 2017, and expanding it some, I think very important as well. His priorities, as you pointed out, about $300 billion in tax relief on tips and overtime for Social Security, and some help on car loans for American-made autos, all, I think, big priorities for him as well. Certainly, to your point, the spending savings number is still up in the air, going to be a big part of this. The SALT number is still up in the air as well. I'm confident they will find a common ground here, but I would just point out, in 2017, only 8 counties in all of America had an average SALT deduction of more than $30,000. Today, it's gotten somewhat bigger, but the point being, you are devoting about $300 billion or so to a relatively few number of counties, to a few number of taxpayers. And obviously, for both the president and tax writers, they're trying to juggle that against the numbers, the cap they have on deficits here, and also the fact that what they're doing in middle class families and small businesses, all of that's hugely expensive. So yeah, there is a lot more conversations to be had, both as it goes to the floor next week as scheduled and through the Senate. Still a lot of work left to be done.
Well, and when we consider the price tag of all of this, the Ways and Means Committee had a $4.5 trillion cap essentially to the revenue that could be lost over the next decade as a result of this policy. And the Joint Committee on Taxation says it actually is only going to result in $3.7 trillion in lost revenue. And I wonder if you see that as by design, that they purposefully left themselves some margin to work with on some of these issues.
I think so, and for 3 reasons. They don't know yet what that spending number is going to be at the end of the day when it goes to the Senate. That's, Kaylee, so key, because it's not only the key to passing the bill, is to unlocking the Senate baseline, which allows tax riders to make more of these tax cuts permanent. So savings number is really big here. Again, they haven't finished out the SALT issue. They're very aggressive in the House on the Inflation Reduction Act. So as that moves to the floor and to the Senate, there may be some changes there. So I think it was wise for them, and obviously for the fiscal conservatives, this is an effort to bring them into the fold here. So I think it was they were using some good strategy and good thinking in introducing this bill.
I also wonder, as we consider our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, how do you think the business, the corporate community should be looking at this package as a whole, knowing there was a lot of conversation around sea salt in particular, sea, not like sea salt, like SEA salt, but like corporate state and local tax deduction. I feel like for some reason I have to make that clear, Mr. Chairman, but the sea salt conversation, the question around whether or not they would try to close the carried interest loophole, which they did not. Is this actually the best kind of package corporate America could have hoped for, short of bringing down substantially the corporate tax rate itself?
Yeah, so I think to your point, yes. I think for corporations, large or small, keeping that corporate rate as it is, not making permanent, but fully restoring those three tax provisions so key to innovation and competitiveness, like research and development, and full and immediate expensing. I think 5 years is what was in the bill. I think people would love to make that permanent. That's a big step by itself. In the international tax space, which is where we made sure in 2017 our U.S. companies could compete and win anywhere in the world, including here at home. And when they succeeded bringing those profits and investment back to the United States, the tax riders avoided any tax hikes there. And I think sent a strong signal to our foreign competitors that their global tax is not going to impact our pro-growth tax areas. So from that standpoint, I think it was very strong. Certainly there aren't corporate SALT restrictions in there, which would have carved back, would have effectively been a backward approach on the corporate rate and increase there. I think there's satisfaction there as well. I think there's concern on the pass-through side, restrictions on their ability to work around the SALT cap. I think everyone's trying to digest who's impacted by that and what degree. Certainly conservative heard raised today, but again, tax riders are trying to find that balance, and there will be changes made in this bill as it goes forward.
Well, and obviously we'll learn more, hopefully, about what changes will look like after this markup concludes, however long that takes. I've been told it could go well into the night tonight in Ways and Means, Mr. Chairman. But of course, it's not just Ways and Means that is marking things up today. The House Energy and Commerce Committee is as well. In fact, that starts sooner at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. They've saved, according to the Congressional Budget Office, more than the $880 billion in cost savings that they were charged with. But as a result, according to the CBO, 13.7 million people could be kicked off Medicaid rolls over the next decade. We've heard from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, who says this is morally wrong, politically suicidal for Republicans. And I wonder how you yourself, from the outside now looking in, view this politically for Republicans as they consider their maps in 2026.
So I will tell you from my experience with Congressional Budget Office in 2017 on healthcare, their estimates of who is kicked off or kept on our healthcare programs is usually woefully wrong and off by millions. And in this case, I am skeptical about your conclusion. So if you look at what the reforms for Medicaid are, so who might lose their coverage? Those who are ineligible to be covered by Medicaid, those who are here undocumented and should not be eligible for Medicaid, able-bodied Americans, mainly men, who are capable of working or going to school or volunteering 20 hours a week. Certainly, if they want to stay on Medicaid, they can take those steps to do that. And then those who are impacted perhaps by reforms to the payment system. As you know, the way we fund Medicaid, it doesn't go to where people are at, it goes where matching funds are at. States have gained that to a pretty large degree. So if you look at the real reforms in Medicaid, it's hard to agree with that number of 13 million, and frankly, a number of those individuals frankly aren't eligible for Medicaid in the first place.
Okay, so perhaps you don't think this will be quite as politically suicidal as Senator Hawley is characterizing, if indeed the people affected are not as high in number. But I do wonder, it's not just Senator Hawley, there were a number of moderates who were concerned about this as well. Add those moderates to the people in the SALT caucus who are willing to die on the hill of the SALT cap with the fiscal conservatives in the House, the likes of Chip Roy, for example, who are saying spending cuts are not going far enough. As it stands right now, do you see the votes as being there on the House floor, knowing you expect this legislation to change, but just how hard with this narrow majority is it going to be to pass even changed legislation with all of these various factions who want different outcomes?
Well, ultimately, yes, I do believe it will pass the House and ultimately the Senate, and I think it'll be done by that August 1st timetable for the debt ceiling issue. But will it be difficult at every step? Absolutely. It was in 2017. It will be now, especially with such a near zero majority. But everyone knows this. Everyone's staying at the table. The speaker, the committee leaders, the leadership, constant meetings with lawmakers, just as we did in 2017. And so, yeah, there are difficult challenges left. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm confident they'll get where they need to be on time.
All right, Mr. Chairman, good to have you, as always, especially on a day like today. The former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee and as spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation, Kevin Brady, here with us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And we still have more coming up. We'll turn back to President Trump's visit to the Middle East in just a moment, but we also want to check in on these markets because the rally is continuing. We're actually positive for the year on the S&P 500. Charlie Pellet, every time you say it, I do a double take.
And that's precisely why I say it, Kaylee Lyons. Let me throw in the NASDAQ 100 index as well, not just positive on the year, but showing a gain right now of 1%. Right now, we've got the S&P gaining by 0.9%, up 0.3% on the year. The Dow, though, in the red, down 0.3. NASDAQ up 1.7%, still negative on the year. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 1.5%. But the NASDAQ 100 index, to be sure, up by 1%. We've got the 10-year currently yielding 4.48%. The 2-year, 4.01%. Right now, we have got spot gold trading higher by $9, up 0.3%, $32.45 the ounce. A rally for West Texas Intermediate crude ripping higher by 2.9%, $63.75 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 1.2%, 103,917 on Bitcoin. Coinbase Global, the largest U.S. cryptocurrency exchange, is going to be added to the S&P 500 index. We are looking at the stock trading higher. Coinbase surging now by 22%. Coming out of the S&P 500 index, Discover Financial, it's being removed as it's being acquired by Capital One Financial. Capital One up 1.2%, Discover up by 1.4%. A number of headlines, developing stories at this hour. We begin in the sports world with the NBA's Portland Trailblazers being put up for sale. The Trailblazers selected Allen & Company as investment bank for the sale. In New York City, a federal judge has ordered New York officials to hand control of the city's troubled jail complex at Rikers Island to an outside manager. And the New York Times is reporting that Robert Shapiro, the man who made NutraSweet, a household name at Monsanto, has died at age 86. Again, the S&P positive on the year, up now by 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now.
I want to shift over to Al Jazeera. We have a commentator on Al Jazeera talking about Trump's visit.
That Gaza suffered not just the past 18 months, but the past 18 years, the past 65 years, the past 75 years. Clearly, President Trump is not a student of Middle East politics. Clearly, he's been fed that kind of information and analysis, and of course, that was to be expected. I think what is interesting is what has not been said, and that is quite a friction that is emerging more on the style and personal between him and Netanyahu on the question of how to move forward. If you remember, I was quite insistent since Netanyahu showed up in Washington, basically imposing himself on the new Trump administration, where Trump wanted to show Netanyahu who is the boss.
to show him who's the boss, not because he disagreed with Netanyahu's policies, but just it was a personal issue. Netanyahu walked all over Biden, and Trump didn't want to be played. He didn't want to be walked all over by Netanyahu. And hence, he really does try to put America's interest first, not Netanyahu's personal interest first. And hence, there's a bit of friction about how to move forward. Netanyahu has been insistent that he wants to continue to bomb the Houthis. He wants to continue to bomb Gaza. He does not accept any serious permanent or not even a temporary ceasefire in Gaza. And that's not necessarily to the liking of Trump, who he likes to be heated when he insists on something. And clearly, Trump has a lot on his plate, such as if he goes off to Turkey on the Ukraine-Russia things. He has a lot in terms of Iran, and certainly he has all the wonderful things he is going to have in Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, and Doha, which has to do with business deals. And I really must say a couple of words on the business deals, by the way, before we forget. What's important is not so much the promises of the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that everyone keeps repeating. What's important is that this is good for America as well as it is good for those who are investing in America. Because a lot of people will be making money if they do, serious investment in the United States. So that could be a win-win.
Okay, many thanks for that, Marwan Bashara, for us. Now, just to recap.
All right, we're going to go back to Bloomberg, but before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog. It's going to help you with memory. It's going to support your memory. And it's going to allow you to concentrate on your tasks, either in school or at work, or even if you're retired. So you should be taking this every day, no matter what your age is. And this is going to help get rid of that brain fog. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And it's a holistic approach. And that is proper diet, proper exercise, good blood flow is going to help with your brain, but also the right supplementation. And making sure that you're staying away from processed foods and making sure, again, filtered water is really important. Drink filtered water. Take Clarity Factor every day and help with that support of your brain, get rid of that brain fog, improve your memory, and get that positive neuroplasticity going so you have better dendritic connections. You'll be able to think faster, your memory will improve, you'll sleep better, and you'll perform better. You'll be able to concentrate better. And omega-3 will help with your cardiovascular health. It's going to bring down inflammation. It's going to prevent over stickiness of the red blood cells. And omega-3 will help with the lipid profile. It's going to lower LDL levels and help to raise your HDL levels. With less LDL in your bloodstream, less LDL that's oxidized, that means less plaque formation. So take omega-3 every day. Also, take the Clarity Factor. This is a good stack. It helps with your brain and your cardiovascular health. Now, let's talk about bone density and cardiovascular health. Nattokinase, really important to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. It's synergistic with omega-3. And it's going to help bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means less plaque formation. Nattokinase, take every day, really important. You can stack it with D3 and K2. That's going to help with your cardiovascular health. By taking D3 and K2, it's going to help pull out some of that calcium depositing around plaque, but also prevent additional calcium depositing around plaque. Really important. D3 has higher efficacy when you take magnesium. You can take the magnesium 3 different ways from my store. Vitamin C and magnesium and zinc, and the Boomer Boost. So take D3 and K2. You can also do resistance training when you take this, and it's going to help with bone density over time with doing resistance training, weightlifting, and taking D3, K2, and taking calcium supplementation or drinking milk. You're actually going to strengthen your bones. So please go to my store, take the K2, the D3 to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone health. Stack it with the nattokinase that supercharges the cardiovascular health. And again, you can stack it also with the omega-3 to help with cardiovascular health. And add in clarity factor for your brain function. It's a great stack. These D3, the K2, clarity factor, omega-3, and nattokinase. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the supplements, stack them the way I'm telling you to stack them so you can target multiple systems so you get more bang for your buck. Like taking the D3 and the K2, you get 2 things for 1. You're helping with your bone density and you're helping with your cardiovascular health. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Basically saying either you're going to clean yourself up and become a part of the world community, or I'm going to use the stick on you. And so far, nobody has challenged that claim. They pretty much found ways of playing inside his sandbox. And it'll be interesting to see if Iran does the same, because they do know that both U.S. and Israel have the capacity to disrupt their ability to produce fissile material. And, do they cut a new deal? And the reality is the fact that Trump is offering one, they have to be scratching their head better on, going, oh, this sounds just like the Biden administration. Take the deal. It's definitely going to be better for Iran and for the rest of the world if they do.
Well, I'm glad you raised Ukraine as well, Rick, because we also learned from President Trump in his speech that after teasing yesterday the suggestion he himself might go to Turkey on Thursday to join the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in potential peace talks with Russia that we weren't sure whether or not Vladimir Putin would show up to, he said instead it's Marco Rubio that will be going. Do you see that, Jeannie, as the president in advance trying to save face in case Putin is a no-show and the whole thing turns out to be underwhelming?
Yeah, I think it might be. I thought all along it would be too early for the president to join, while it would be amazing to see all 3 of those men in the same room if we could get a glimpse of it. I thought it would be too early, and I do think it may be a sign that, as we sort of indicated and thought, that Putin may not go there. And of course, then this leaves us exactly where we were, and this, of course, is another of the president's commitments on the campaign trail that he's having trouble getting to. Not surprisingly, he overpromised and is under-delivering, and you can see the frustration. And that's why I think he tends to these business deals, because he feels like he can have more luck there than he could on the geopolitical side in these really difficult conflicts.
Rick, we just have a minute left, but can Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Volodymyr Zelensky make progress themselves in Turkey, even if Russia is not at the table?
Well, Russia's got to be at the table to make progress. It doesn't have to be Vladimir Putin. They've got a team that have been negotiating with the U.S. over this for some time. And you'd never have the principals in a meeting if you didn't already have a baked deal. So the idea that all 3 of them are going to go and actually hash it out is just not realistic for where we are as nation states in the world today. So hopefully they'll make progress to the point where they can actually start talking about having a principals meeting. And that would indicate for the first time, I think, since they started this process, that they may be nearing something that would look like a deal.
All right, a reality check from Rick Davis alongside Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Tuesday. Thank you, as always, for joining me here on Balance of Power.
All right. So that's the end of my broadcast. We've been broadcasting on Rumble for almost 5 hours and on YouTube for 4 hours. So thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Get the supplements, help support the work that I do. So I continue on providing you information on how to navigate through the markets, how to navigate through the news, and also how to improve your health at the same time, right? If you pay attention to what I have to say, you will make money in the market. And if you pay attention to what I say about how to stack these supplements that I have in my store, which is what I do every day, you will slow down the aging process and get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day and see you tomorrow.